I've got a feeling I'm going to get very hot today. I have this thick woolly thing on, and I'm already hot. So, how is everybody? Hello to Henk and Up and Dragon. Oh, definitely don't like two earphones on. It's hot enough. I'm really. Oh, crank! It's going to fall right off. I'm thinking I'm going to have to take a break and take this jersey off because it's really hot. I was so cold I actually turned the heat on. Yeah, I've got this heater that runs like alongside on the other side. Actually. Oh, where's my camera? Over there. It runs on the wall there. It was so cold. I thought it's going to be freezing. And now it's hot. I mean, I'm hot. I'm not. It's not cold. But like now, I'm like because this thing is you can't see because it's black. But it's like the other one that I got with the white lining. The same brand, but it's thick. So yeah, it's too thick. No, half of the people I know are in Brazil, and the other half are in the Netherlands. I was on Liam Morgana's channel again today. That's why I'm late. I can't blame somebody else. Very interesting. I like his. I don't even know the politically correct way to say things. The person's channel. Yeah, but here, 21. I just saw. How do you have 21? It's like what's it today? I never know if this is very accurate. These things now. Today it was 15 and it's 12, and it's actually started to get warmer. So it's not as cold as it was. It's a bit warmer. It's been very cold. It's been raining non-stop. It's a good thing I don't leave the house. I just hear the rain. Annoying thing is when I want to go to bed, I close the bathroom door and then I leave the skylight open so I can air, the whole night. It airs out. And I can't because it's raining, so it won't open. It used to. It will close like immediately. But at least it would open like 5 minutes or something, and then eventually just, it's raining, I've got to close again. Now it won't. It just says open anyway, and you press the button, and it still doesn't respond. AI. Very irritating. The storm is coming. Oh, that doesn't that. It usually hits here first. So if there was a storm coming, we should have gotten it already. Usually, like at least as far as England is concerned, we get the storms and then we don't want them, and then they go on across the ocean. So usually like 12 hours later. Or so the England gets them. Yeah, for streaming and all that, actually, cooler is actually better. I get hot very, very, very quickly and very easily. So, like this thing, it's nice and comfy, but it feels like a padded duvet. It's too thick. But I had the blue one, which I bought when I first got to Ireland because I didn't have jackets. I just had the one rain jacket thing. So I bought that one. I really quite liked it. This feels like it's really far, this microphone. I can't even see it. Where is it? I missed my old stuff that broke. Well, I don't miss it breaking, but and then the other day they had them again. It's just a cheap brand, but I thought, well, it's plain black. So what difference does it make what label it is? And the first one didn't turn out to be too bad. I washed it once already. It didn't wash that well, but it lasted quite a long time because the inside's all white, so it's not a great look when it gets grubby. But the black, I thought, yeah, it's all black inside, black outside. Who cares what the label is? Yeah, that's like Cape Town. There's never a dull moment in Cape Town because it's at the point of Africa, what they call the Horn of Africa. It's like Cape Town's almost at the end of Africa, and it gets the cold currents and the hot currents, and it's always violent. That's why they call it the Cape of Storms because it's just and it changes. It's like watching the weather. It's like watching those sped up time lapses. That's what the weather's like in Cape Town. It's quite funny because you can sit there and you just literally watch the weather changing. It's like you can look out to sea. And you can see this. Oh, okay. In 10 minutes, it'll be raining. It'll be pissing like hell, or there'll be mist. There'll be something because you can see it. Literally comes in like what do you call it? A what's his name, Stephen King novel. It literally comes in off the ocean. And the one day, the way we were on the beach, and I said, these are the photographs I've always wanted to take. So I hummed in hard and hummed in hard. There was this cloud cover and was coming in lower than Table Mountain. So I thought, fuck it. So I got in my car and I drove. It's about half an hour because it's like 18 kilometers. I drove into Cape Town. I got onto the cable car and I went up to the top. And on the way up, the clouds started coming. And the tourists are all going, this is magical. I'm going, yeah, that's why I came here to photograph. I'm like carrying my backpack and I've got like tripod and like lugging all this photographic equipment because it's not easy to get those shots. So they go, it's magical, and then like surrounding like the whole cable car. So you're literally just going up through clouds. It's like going to heaven, you know. So we got up to the top, and there were Brazilians there. And I said, vai para aquele lado, vai já, vai agora. Não temos tempo, não tens tempo nenhum. Vai agora. If you want to see anything from the top of Table Mountain, go there now. Go there right now, because you've got about 2 or 3 minutes, and then you're going to see nothing, which is why I came here. So they said, okay. And they ran to the other side not the other side of Table Mountain, because that takes like a few hours of hiking. I did it once. But they just went to that first part, like, kind of that very first part. The tourists all go to, they don't go anywhere else. It's too much like hard work. So they went across and they started taking, I said, take photographs now. So they were taking photographs. And then the rest were all very disappointed. I said, well, I told you. It's very magical, unless you come here once in your lifetime and you get the clouds. I specifically drove here like a lunatic today to photograph, because then from the top of Table Mountain, you don't see anything. You just see clouds. And then you can see like Devil's Peak and, God, what the hell's the other one's called? Lion's Head and Devil's Peak. You just see them popping out and look like islands in the clouds. And you can, if you photograph like off Table Mountain, you can see like the edge of Table Mountain and then down into the clouds. And it's like you up in the sky, like you're in a plane. So they were very disappointed. They said like, how long will it take? I said, a few hours. And they looked at me. I was like, few hours. I said, yeah, few hours. Enjoy it. So the tourists were not very impressed. I was like over the moon because I got the photographs I wanted, or most of the photographs I wanted. Yeah, because you can't see anything. Sometimes you can't even see the sea. It's like literally, it looks like when you're in an airplane and you look out the window and you're above the clouds and you just have clouds. That's what it looks like. But it doesn't happen very often. I mean, it happens, but like you have to be there at the time you see the storm coming in from the ocean, and you got about 10-15 minutes to get up there, maybe half an hour, and then it comes in. So if you're not there, it blows inland, or it dissipates, because then it hits it's like 3 currents. There's the warm Benguela current, I think it's called Benguela, and then there's the one that comes from Ireland, from up there, whatever that's what's called. That's the water currents, and then you got the land current wind coming down behind the mountain, and the winds coming in off the sea, and then it's just one big massive eruption there all the time. So it can blow over very quickly, but it doesn't happen very often that you can get there in time to photograph it. Hello, hello, Rose. If you do that again. Actually, I don't think I've got those photographs here. I mean, I hear like on my drive. I think I've shown them before. Oh, yeah. Not a good look. Trying to reach over. I'll switch on the drives. I'll show you quickly since we're talking about that. I think I have shown them once before. I try not to look at them too much. Whoa, there's that noisy drive of mine going. The one's always been very noisy. There we go. It's starting up. And everything's slowing down. Oh, I should have exited all these programs. Forgot. You can go away. You can definitely go away. Right. No, even OBS is going slowly. Let's switch to this one. There we go. No, I have to. Oh, hang on a second. Wrong drive. That's one on my hard drive, on my machine. Bitmaps. Photo albums. Oh, that drive is so noisy. It sounds like it's grinding coffee. I've had it for many, many years. So at first I was very concerned, but I already had data on it. So I couldn't send it back because I had to get everything off again and then wipe it. And then, so I just lived with it. So it's always just hammered away. Oh, if I remember correctly, it's under Cape Town. Western Cape. Yeah, Western Cape because everything's. Now, I just remember what I called him, what year it was. Wait, I think I've got a folder just for Table Mountain. There we go. So it'd be easy. There we go. There we go. One of these. It's this one. Just while we're talking anyway, at least you can see what I'm talking about. Where's the picture viewer? There we go. So, that, when I said to them, I said, you should probably take some photographs now. I remember specifically, there were Brazilians there. There were Brazilians and they were Dutch. And I spoke to them both in their native languages. I said, go to that side now, because this is what you'll see for 5 seconds. And then, this is what you see. Nothing. See, on the other side, that's why I said to him, go to the other side and start taking photographs, because forget this side. The ocean side, Cape Town side is gone. Until it comes back, you see, then you start seeing this. I did these wide panoramas as well. Actually, hold on. These were stitched together. Let me just go forward. No. Oh, there's a stitched one. Oh, I think it's a 3D. I did a 3D panorama of it, which I don't know how to display. I wonder if. Hang on a second. I wonder if the browser will read it. No, the browser won't read it, and nobody no longer actually nobody ever uses .move file anymore. Oh well. There we go. So that's what I said to him. I said, you need to go there. You need to go there now. So that's where all those photographs just stitched together. So you need. Let me just see what the chat's going. Oh, nothing. Okay. But people might be chanting. Hold on. You've seen those. That's what you start seeing. Nothing. So after a while, the whole mystical approach, got old very quickly. It's a pity I never took a video. Hold on, there'll be lots of them. So that's with the cable cast still going up and down, but they literally go up through the clouds. So they will, this is magic. I said, they're not going to like it so much when you get up there. So I'm thinking to myself, they're going to be bitching because they won't be able to see nothing. Which is exactly why I went like driving breakneck speed all the way out into the city center to get up there. I think this is the same. No, this is similar photo. And then look at these crazy. Okay, you see, that's all you see. Switching between Twitch and YouTube because I am streaming to YouTube as well, so I don't want them to feel all left out. And then there's these crazy people that just jump off the mountain for no reason. It's not like anybody's threatening them. They're just like they want to jump off. I mean, I'll push them off if they weren't. So this is lots of photographs. I took lots of photographs because it's very difficult to catch this unless you sort of live there up there all the time. That's actually the beachfront behind the clouds. I think this is Camps Bay, I think. And there's one they see for some reason they were setting it up, and then they just throw people off the mountain, and it's like wee. Okay, I suppose that, on a day like this, it's probably quite magical to jump into the clouds. There's one's got a rabbit somewhere. It's got one of the rock rabbits. Remember the Harsies we were talking about, Henk? I think somewhere here I photographed the one. I think he's here somewhere. No, not this one. Somewhere. This is teeny tiny because it's like a rabbit like over there somewhere. I think it's one of these. There you go. There's the one. See, those are the mountain rabbits. They're very pretty. I know. They're gorgeous. They're very, very pretty. They're like large mountain rats. There's a There's actually the one I've got one picture somewhere. It looks like Homer's face, and look at there he looks quite cute. Yeah, I'll just sit here and get some sun. Hopefully, I won't fall off the mountain and kill myself. It's quite amazing being up there. I must be honest. And most people don't really get to see any of this. I mean, they see the rabbits because they've been taught. They keep feeding the fuckers, so they kind of. But they're not exactly the friendliest of lots. So they're not cute and cuddly. There's the rabbit. Look where this little shit is sitting. Like, there's Homer. I knew there was a picture. It's like literally sitting on the very edge. Like, wow. Don't get a nap. You'll just like fall off the mountain. So, here's my browser gone. I knew there was one with Homer's face and then the teeny tiny tiny little rabbit just sitting there. And I only noticed it after. See, there he is, but I only saw the rabbit afterwards. Otherwise, I would have zoomed in. I mean, you can even see the chromatic aberrations from the extreme zoom. But if I'd seen him, I would have zoomed in on the rabbit. Anyway, there's some very cute ones of the birds and things. And then it completely, then it actually started raining, and it's completely different weather because then it sweeps over the mountain. Then you can no longer get these kind of photographs. Then I went home. You see, then it starts coming up the mountain. The pressure eventually pushes it up the mountain. And then you'll see the last photograph somewhere. It literally is just like rainy and misty, and you literally then see nothing. I thought these were so interesting. These weird, like outcrops in the rocks. They look like barbs or a lichen. And there's this little bird. It's just sitting there. I think it's actually like a robin or something. Like a type of a wild robin. They're on top of the mountain, like a kilometer up above ground level. I think they just live there. See, then you can see nothing. There's all the very disappointed tourists. Fuck this. We came here all the way from Brazil and we can see nothing. I'm just merrily taking pictures because this is like a once in a lifetime opportunity. Look at that. Yeah, I can't see anything. Can you? No. I want a refund. But that day I got such amazing photographs. So I had like a wish fulfilled. Now this is where you come up the Table Mountain. This the cable car, and most people like go over here, and that's it. They never really. Some of them will walk around here, but they never go anywhere. I've walked out. I don't know. I can't remember, but I've walked out about 4 kilometers along Table Mountain, like this. Yes, I think a further map somewhere, but most people just hang around this section here. They never really go anywhere. They just literally go up, and then they go down, and that's it. The one there, look at all the different colored lichen, red and yellow and green. And I've bored everybody. Yeah, well. Look at all of it. It's quite amazing, the vegetation. I really, this is one place, like I said, I think I will always miss my entire life. It took my entire life to find a place like that. Like, what can you see? Fuck all. But it's still, it was some of the best pictures I ever took of Table Mountain. And look at this bird. These are the European starlings. And look, there's one at the bottom. What can you see? Nothing. Fuck off. I should do like a meme with this one. What can you see? Nothing. And this is like the amazing bronze sculpture of the mountain range. Like this, in proportion. That's the entire mountain range. This is what I was talking about. This is Lion's Head and Devil's Peak. Now this is the cable car that comes up here. Okay. Most people only ever see this if they go that far. That's it. Okay. Okay. This is but you can't. I mean, you really have to be a hiker to come down here. But you can cross this gorge and go right to the end of Table Mountain. You can literally like come out here and actually look out over the eastern side. But just to give you an idea, most people go, and this is the whole area that you can actually walk to. I did that once. I hiked across with hey Jess. I'd blame Hink for what are we blaming him for? Wait, I have to go for a minute. So that's quite. I went up there once. Nobody goes up there. Only crazy people because it's very steep. There's actually a road that runs. See this they indicated the road that runs around, but it's actually blocked off. You actually can't drive down here anymore because of I don't know. They don't bother to maintain it, and it's dangerous. So you can actually not take this road. But some crazy mountain climbers do go up there. Here you can also you see there's the gorge. So a lot of people do is that you can drive up to this part here. They maintain this because of the tourists, and then they literally they walk up the gorge. Crazy. I mean, there's a cable car here. Zip, and you're up there. So no, I'd rather walk across the top of the mountain. I can't remember. This is about. I don't actually know to which point I went in relation to this. But it's about 4. I know that about. I actually can't remember if it's either 4 or 8 or one way or if it was 2 ways. I don't remember anymore. I just did it. I know it was like 5 or 6 hours of hiking there, and then I had to come back. And I go, oh, should probably not have gone that far. Or we're getting bored. I'm the one that's in charge here. What's happening on YouTube? On Twitter, Twitch. Anyway, so that's what I was talking about. Let me switch that off and switch off the drives. Hold on, where's the damn thing? Can't find the picture of you. I need to reorganize OBS. So that's what I was talking about. That's the cloud cover. The cloud cover. Why did I get started on that? I can't remember. It was something to do with it, and then it's easier just to show the photographs. So that was really like one of those once in a lifetime. It happens relatively often, but just seeing, and I only got it because I was on the beach about 20 kilometers away, and I saw the weather, and I looked out to sea, and I said, "This is one of those opportunities. If I go now." Then I I'll be able to catch it. So I did. I was with somebody actually, and I said, okay, they actually went to work, and I said, okay, I'm going. I'm now going to Table Mountain. So I grabbed my camera, I grabbed my heavy tripod, and off I went. And there were just lots of tourists, and I thought, oh Christ, they're probably not going to be able to get onto the cable car because of the damn tourists. Can we kill a few of them? Because I really need to get up there. I really need these photographs. So I managed to get, I think about 2 or 3 cable cars later, I managed to get on, because I had bought a ticket, so I was able to get on eventually. No, actually, no. I used to have a yearly pass. That was, I think that was still the year. I had a yearly pass, so I could actually get on. I didn't have to buy a ticket. I just needed to actually have space to get onto the cable car. So it was very funny. Like everybody's going, oh, wow, this is a magic cars, and they're not going to be so happy when they get there. they think it's just it's a little bit of clouds. Let's go past. When they get up there, they're not going to be so happy. That's why I remember there was a big group of Brazilians, and I said to them, "Vaya, go now, because you can enjoy the clouds afterwards. There'll be nothing else to enjoy. There'll just be clouds. So if you want to take photographs of the city, go now." And that's what I did. So I just ran. I literally like sprinted across that little part I showed you with before the gorge. It's literally like the corner of the mountain kind of cracked off. Making popcorn. That's sinful. And you didn't even offer us any. So that was I think that's the day I'll never forget. And then there was nothing to do. That's the problem. I mean, as a tourist, I can understand because there's nothing to do. So I was photographing things in the mist, the birds, the tourists, all those outposts, not outposts, all those like observation decks that they have for the tourists, all within easy walking distance. So I didn't have to go very far. So it was just great taking photographs of them. When normally you would have a view, you just have clouds. So I felt very, very happy that day. I was just a little annoyed that I didn't get there quickly enough, because I could have gotten the like literally it sweeping in, and it has to come in at a specific height, because the cloud cover is normal in Cape Town. I mean, that kind of thing is quite normal, but at the right height is very rare. So it's got to come in at like below a kilometer, so that the peaks of the different mountains and hills stick out. Then you get those like islands in the clouds. Thanks, fallen asleep. Is everybody getting the liniment? I'm so looking forward to mine. I've got no notification from it. I thought I might get a notification of when it's like dispatched, etc. But um, I've received nothing. So I see. It definitely went off the list. It definitely went off the list. So it's definitely like off the list. But I thought, okay, I'll try and I mean, I wasn't going to pay for it, but like I thought I'll try and order it again to see if it tells me. But it doesn't. I could actually just have bought another copy of it. It wouldn't have stopped me. So I think that nonsense of it being removed, like that they say it's like removed, and they will warn you if. Why is this microphone this thing? It'll warn you if if you try and purchase it. Or maybe because I didn't go from the link in the wish list. No, I got nothing. That's what I'm saying. I've got absolutely nothing, because usually it depends who ships it. If it's from Amazon, that's why there's no point in having Amazon Prime, because it literally gets here like almost as quickly as Amazon Prime. It makes no difference. So I never ever choose fast tracking in the fast track postage, because it literally arrives here within almost the same time. I can wait one extra day or half an extra day for yeah, and I also do the slowest possible shipping. The rest is, and literally, I'm glad you did that, because it's pointless. It takes the same speed. The only things, only the when you actually have Prime, then they have to get it here within the 2 days, within the cutoff time on that day. But the others, it really makes no fucking difference. Not to Ireland. Yeah. So there's literally no point in ordering speedy delivery. I immediately take it all off. I will save like 10, like something like as much as €10. There were a couple of small things that I wanted until I saw the postage. I went, oh hell no. Gee. There's a couple of packs of cards that I also wanted. I mean, just like normal cards. The postage is fucking insane. I said, how can you charge me 4 times the price of the item in postage? Are you nuts? Are you crazy? So no, I'm not paying them. Maybe one day when I've got lots of money, but they're definitely not now. I've still got the. The thing is, I've actually got a £5 voucher or 15 euros, but I don't have enough money. I was thinking of just buying the one thing just to use up the voucher, because there's something I do want that I can use with their voucher. But my customer still hasn't paid me, so I'm playing it safe. I've got the book. I mean, I'm getting the book. It's just the voucher expires like I think 31st. So we'll see. Maybe I'll just buy the one thing. I definitely want another 1 or 2 packs of cards, because this is something that like I literally use. I don't use it when I do it for myself. I almost never ever use more than 1 pack, mostly because I'm lazy and I can't be bothered to pull them all out. I have to open up all the boxes. But there's definitely a couple of packs, and for me, I'm very particular about which ones I buy. Let me just check what's happening on YouTube. Anybody's leaving comments? Nope. Yeah. For me, the YouTube. Although, having said that, I think I picked up 2 or 3 subscribers from the last stream, and I completely forgot about YouTube. If anybody left a comment, I do apologize, YouTube. It wasn't on purpose. Yeah. Yeah, no, I always go with the free. Because literally I've worked it out. When I did the Prime sort of a 30 days free thing, and with or without it, it literally okay, with the Prime, the stuff that is Prime, what's the word, valid or whatever, does arrive within the 48 hours. But the other stuff is not far behind. It might affect other places. But from England, it literally, they ship it straight away, pretty much straight away. If it's coming from Amazon, I always try and pick stuff that if I'm going to buy off Amazon, I try and make that it's fulfilled by Amazon because then it's very quick. But certain things like this one actually came very quickly as well. This one is independent. This was an independent shipper, and I thought, okay, well, this is like take like 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and it didn't. It actually arrived quite quickly. They were actually on the ball. They actually, as soon as they got the order, they posted it. And it was literally like, I don't even think it was a week. It was, yeah. So I was like, wow, that's very good. I don't like Amazon at all, but unfortunately, I warned people about this many years ago, and now we really don't have a choice. We really don't. There's Etsy, and that's about it. I did see the one thing that I do want on Etsy was cheaper. Then I saw one. It was an option made. That's the one I went to look at, made out of rainbow fluoride. Another one. Well, that's not expensive. Yeah, that was the cheapest option. The rainbow fluoride version of the dye were like 50 or 60 euros. I went, whoa, I don't like it that much. In the Netherlands, they always try to deliver early when I'm not at home. Yeah. Yeah, I'm lucky here because there's usually somebody home in the front house. And like the ones that have learned, shit, actually reminds me. I don't think I have much change. The ones that have remembered, have learned, and there's the one, I think he was Indian. There was an Indian guy here. He learned. So what he does, he actually follows the instruction and he phones me because I don't like to bother them. So if they phone me, I come down to the side gate, down the property and down to the side gate. It just takes them a couple of extra minutes, and I collect it from them directly because that's what the delivery note says. Most of them don't bother. They ring the bell and they fly off in a mad rush, so they don't get a tip. The guys that do ring get a tip, and it's usually like I try to be relatively generous because I know what it's like to be a delivery driver. And the one guy actually, the next time he came, was the same guy, but unfortunately, I didn't get down quickly enough. I think I was in the bathroom or something, and then by the time I heard the message, he had already gone. He said, I've put it over the wall for you on your side of the gate. So I felt kind of bad at you, but I mean, they are, especially with Amazon and that, they are on a huge time drive to do as many as possible. But the instruction specifically says to phone, not to just throw it on the pavement in front of the house. So if anything ever goes missing, I'm going to say, well, I've never received it, and then they can say whatever they like. No one will have signed for it. No one will physically have received it. They just throw it on the pavement and they don't sign. Hey, Manny, hello. They take it to the bookstore that's only open like 4 to 5. Oh, yeah, that is annoying. Yeah. That's the one disadvantage of home deliveries, is that you have to be there and they don't tell you when they're coming. Now, if you get to know the system, then you get to know where they deliver to. So they usually go on a route. So I suppose if you order a lot of stuff, then you get to know. Like, for example, where I am here, they don't deliver first thing in the morning. Like they will sometimes actually deliver really. There was once a delivery late, like 8 o'clock at night. They delivered. It was like literally. I thought, there's no way this is ever going to make it on a 2-day. And they literally delivered like last minute. It was like 8 or 9 o'clock at night. They dropped it off. So they literally made it. But yeah, they never get to this house. They never get to this part early in the morning. So they never come early in the morning. But even if they do, the landlady, she gets it. Yeah, because it costs them money. They pay per delivery, depending unless the delivery driver is employed by the company. But if they have freelance, like I wouldn't do a second delivery. If I went somewhere, I would say phone my boss. Even though it's half of the time I was actually already a manager. I say, no, phone my manager. Discuss it with him because we're not supposed to do this because like he would have to okay it with the manager for me to do a second delivery. Then I get paid for 2 deliveries instead of 1. Because like if they're not there or they gave the wrong address, I have to go somewhere else. So the thing is, it stops you from doing other deliveries. If you delay some like a delivery guy at your door, not only you're actually preventing him or her from earning a living. So you never keep delivery drivers waiting and waiting until you manage to get yourself out of bed and brush your hair and brush your teeth and get your best panties on and whatever. No, you go to the door and you get the stuff because they're on a very tight schedule and you're actually preventing them from earning a living. So they don't. Delivery guys, especially those who freelance, like food and stuff, they don't come back twice unless they get paid. So the person who's selling the food or whatever it is that they're delivering agrees to pay a second delivery. So of course, everybody who thinks, oh, this is great, we just keep doing this, you're actually just pushing up all the prices for everybody. Congratulations. The one actually said to me, I delivered, it was 3 in the fucking morning. They literally placed an order literally just before 3 o'clock. Okay, and we used to close at 3 o'clock. And I was doing the night shift back then. It was a good way to make money actually. And literally, and it's the next town. So I drove there, and he's underpaid me by I don't know how many cents. Now you think about it, oh, don't be petty. It's just cents. First of all, we don't get paid very much. Okay. Plus, whatever he's underpaid will come out of my salary. Whatever I get paid that night, I will get paid minus whatever he hasn't paid me. So I started to explain to him, and eventually I said, oh, you know what? Look, don't worry about it. I'll pay for your pizza. Goodbye. And I just left. I said, don't worry, I'll put in the balance. I'll pay for it. We've already long closed. I want to go home. So enjoy your food. Don't worry about it. I'll pay for it. Bye. And then you saw his face. It's like, oh fuck. And I just turned my back and I just left because I wanted to go home. It was already way after 3 o'clock. I still had to go back to the store to sign out and get everything sorted. And then only will I go home. But a lot of people they think, oh, it's just a couple of cents. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, it does matter, because if you're paying for something at the delivery person will have to pay every cent that whatever the bill was. If it was 20 euros and 1 cent, that 1 cent will come off the person's. Normally you round it up or you round it down to the nearest 5 cents or so. But that one I can't remember what it was. But it was a relative amount. I said, I've explained to people, if every single person does that, do you know how many euros that amounts to at the end of the day? If everybody rounds down everything, you're liable for those rounding ups and rounding downs. Anyway, you can't always tell when you're home. Oh, I didn't know you could change the delivery time with DHL. That's the thing. I don't mind that. I don't expect like an exact time of when they're delivering. It's just that, like, let's say you're a single person, and let's say you order from Amazon Prime. It could be anywhere in 2 days. So you literally cannot leave the house for 2 days until it's delivered. Then you are free from your prison. That's the point. If they give you an idea, like at least they do give you a tracking. So you have an idea which day it's coming. But if they can at least tell you if it's morning or afternoon or evening, then at least be home by 12 or be home by 3. Oh, no, we can't tell you that. And no, actually you can, because the driver knows. The driver has a route. But the thing is that you still have to be home the entire day. It's great if you work from home. That's not a big issue. But if you don't, then like for example, I used to only start working 11, either 11 or depending on when I was a manager, I start working at 10. But usually, like I only had to leave the house by like 11:45 or so on the days that I worked at 12. So I could hang around and wait during the morning. Technically, it would only be 15 minutes before it was afternoon if I knew they would deliver in the morning. Yeah, they don't, because they have to deliver a lot of stuff. The quicker they do it, the more deliveries they can do. For one, they get paid per delivery, and also the sooner they finish, the sooner they can go home. They don't get paid per hour; they get paid per delivery. So if you get really quick, that's why most of them don't wait around for a tip, because most people don't tip, because most people are stingy ass fuckers. That's the truth. So they know this. So because because I actually asked somebody who worked at DHL. I actually considered going to work at DHL for a while, and he says no, people don't tip, so that's why we don't wait. There's no point. To waste that amount of time hoping that one person will tip is not worth it. I can go home and be with my family. you know, literally. So what's the point of waiting? So that's the system that people have created for themselves. If people just got to the door quickly enough, without making excuses, sometimes it's pissing with the rain. They're standing in the rain, and oh, it's terrible weather out. Yeah, I know. I've been standing here for like an hour waiting for you to get your ass off the couch. Like you don't say anything. You just said, yeah, no, it's terrible weather. Like, look at me, like you stupid dumb person. I'm drenched. Your food is drenched. Everything is drenched. Yeah, it's terrible weather. Like, stop telling me the obvious and take the fucking thing so I can get back in my car. This is what goes through your head, of course. Otherwise, you're very polite. You do enjoy. Have a lovely day. You stupid. So here, for example, There'd also be a nice thing if you could specify either morning or afternoon. They really don't want that because then it throws the schedule out. So what they do is, for example, they go from point A to point B to point C to point D. So that's the cheapest economical delivery route. So if you had to choose morning or night, they would have to go backwards and forwards. So they would do 2 or 3 here, then 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 go back here, 2 or 3 here. It's not viable. That's why they don't do it. But at least they could give you an idea, like, because they know that they do all the deliveries in this region first thing first. That's where they start. That they do know. So that they could tell you, oh, look, it won't be first thing in the morning, but you need to be there by, say, 10 or 11. You need to be at the door. Or that's the first stop, so they will be there, most likely before 12. At least you have an idea. And I hear a lot of people complaining about delivery drivers. You should be one. You should try earning for less than minimum wage and then see how you like it. It's great. It's so much fun. And then you have all these really nice customers, and about 1% of them tip. And those are the ones that are usually at the door with the tip in the hand waiting for you. The ones that don't tip usually are the ones that take about 3 hours to get to the door. And you can't swear at them, unfortunately. I don't know why, but apparently you can't. I remember I had to deliver something. There was a new driver, and she didn't know what she was doing because she just started. She couldn't find a place, so they got me to go there. Me, and I go, oh, Christ. It's like, why is it always me? Why I'm always the fucking idiot that has to go do these things. So I went back, and I also couldn't find the house because the address doesn't make sense. So eventually I did find him because I know how it works. So I phoned him, and then he was just swearing and going berserk. I said, listen, I didn't make the problem with the errors with the deliveries. I'm just trying to get you your food. Blah, 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 blah. I said, I'm just trying to get you your food. Have a nice day. People like that just get blocked. That's also what I don't understand. People like that will literally get blocked on the system, so their phone number can never order anything again. No one tips anywhere. Manny, to be honest, nobody tips anyway. What people don't understand is that the delivery drivers they actually earn less than minimum wage. They found ways around it. Like, for example, I don't want to mention the names. That's why they use freelance people. So you basically agree to a contract that is actually contrary to the law, but because you agree to it, it's legal because you've agreed as a contractor to work for less than minimum wage. So if you don't tip and you delay the delivery drivers, etc., you're actually messing with their ability to earn a proper salary. Yes, but what you don't know is that the company doesn't pay the delivery driver all of that delivery fee. So what you're doing is you're actually creating a system, an unsustainable system. On how much fuel costs, how much do you think a €2 delivery tip goes? How far do you think it goes? Yeah, but then you shouldn't be ordering from those companies. Do you understand? Do you understand how that is not a valid logical uh, thing? You want it to collapse at the cost of the delivery guy. That's why you don't see the delivery people coming in very regularly. I mean, I got to know a lot of my customers because on and off over like a year and a half, and that I came backwards and forwards. I was like a manager. Then I was going to go out of town. Then I worked in another. I worked 100 kilometers away from here, and I worked here, and it was just fucking nightmare. Um, and then I came back and I decided not to take the position because I had hurt my arm and I didn't like the company. So I went back to just being a delivery driver. And there were customers I knew. The one actually lives in the same suburb. She's got this cute little dog, but I thought I'd be like a stalker if I go there just to say hello to the dog. Can I ask? Yeah, sure. We're just chatting. It's very quiet. Let me just check on YouTube. Yeah, it's also very quiet that side. So we're just kind of just chatting randomly. The problem is that everything is set up to screw everybody. Ultimately, people have screwed themselves, and then they get really really like bad deliveries. Well, you paid for that. That's what you pay for. Yeah, but that's not. But that you see, you are the problem, Hink, because you are supporting the companies who have created the problem. So you cannot take them. This is why I get annoyed because I've been there. Listen, when I was half my age, I used to design those places. Okay, at my age, I was working in one. I actually got to understand how franchises literally work. How many decks do you use with a chakra reading? Why is there a 12th chakra in the journal? What journal? Oh no, there's 13 chakras. It starts with 0. Because, no, it's deliberate that way. I also went with that convention because we've got the 1 to 7 chakras, but we got one extra. They call the sub-personal, which is the Earth star. So that one, so you could start renumbering them all. But then the root chakra wouldn't be 1 anymore; it would be 2, and then the crown chakra would be 8 instead of 7. So the one convention is that we start at 0. So it's 0, then the 7 chakras that everybody knows, and then the rest of them. So I went with that one because I thought, well, like if I'm saying to people that's the 6 with the 6 chakras, the third eye, I said no, I would say the 7th. No, that's the crown chakra. No, that's the 6th. So I thought no. I'm going to go with the convention, and then I'm just going to use the Earth chakra, Earth star as no. That's why it either way it's screwed because nobody uses the other chakras. Well, not nobody, but almost no one uses any of the other chakras. So to avoid, it was like the root of least confusion was to just call the first one 0. Give it a number of 0. So that's why they are still. No, for me it's the same thing because I start counting up and I'm trying to make out what number is it again. That's why I have that document I sent to you. That's why I got that document. I literally just read down the document because I can't remember which number is which anymore. It's like I don't remember. I mean, I know the basic ones. 0 is easy because it's the Earth star, and then 8 is the Soul star, and then 9 is the Spirit star. But then or after, like it becomes like vague because I think then you've got the galactic. I know the last one's the Divine Gateway, but I don't. That has become like a blur. I never remember. So no, that's a valid question. That's why it only goes up to 12, but it does go up to 13. There are 13 in total. So that's the thing. Oh, I just what I started doing. I just do whatever comes to my mind at the time. But generally, what I do is I pull one card up. I do it this way, okay? Very roughly. It doesn't have to be precise. I use one deck for the normal 7, more or less, okay? Until the cards, I break the piles until I kind of, like, if I've got one card left, it's like I don't split the 2. I kind of just, take the bottom one out and So I just, as I'm breaking it, I start running out of pile. then the smallest pile then just becomes the last card, and then I pick another card. So the first one I usually use one of these because they're difficult to to see if it's black or red or whatever, because they're all red. So I pick one for the Earth Star. Then I go with the one pack until I run out. Usually that's more or less the 7 chakras. Or you can deliberately do it. And then for the transpersonal chakras, then I use a different pack. But you don't have to. It's just a system that I just like it because I can start seeing. I like it specifically when it correlates between the the transpersonal ones, the ones above you, to the ones that are in your body, or to the Earth Star. So I like to see there are like cards that repeat there. For example, like if you have like the King of Spades repeating in, say, the Divine Gateway, the top chakra, and the third eye, or the crown chakra, or something like that sort of thing, then you can sort of like start. Okay, this is important. There's something here that I need to pay close attention to. So that's basically how I've done those. But there's no, I don't really go like a strict thing. Even all the spreads, I kind of just do it, and then like the other day, it was yesterday, and I pulled out the wish card for somebody because I'm going. I sat there for a while and I was going, no, this is the last one. And then I picked up another pack and I split it. I shuffled up, I broke it in half, and I pulled out the wish card, and it was the right card. So I just kind of just go with. That's why I don't always do the same thing twice. I know, but I suppose people who are trying to learn, it's not on purpose. It's not like that I'm trying to like deliberately confuse things so people don't understand what's happening. It's just I just kind of go with whichever way I go. But sometimes there's a bit of logic, like with the all the karmic ones, or the past lives, all that. I tend to like the past life one. I specifically use one pack for one life and another pack for the other life, so I can see if there are like things that mirror over, or if there's any kind of correlation. And then I'll use one for the middle card, which is the current karmic chart, again to see if they link to anything else. I try to make my. Well, it depends. I think they all work. You just got to be clear about it. That's what, like when somebody asks me, like, that's why I have so many spreads now. It's good for the book, but I just put down cards. This is why I forget them, because it's usually like late in the morning. I just go, okay, I need a spread. Like what am I going to do? And I just put cards down. And I go, okay, well that doesn't work. So like, okay, well, that doesn't work. So that's how, for example, that one came about. And then the one has 2 here, and that one kind of crosses over the 2. So, so that's the way I just put cards down. And okay, what's this going to be? That's the way I think. So I think, there's the wish card. So that's me. See, me. So that's the wish card. So that's how I do it. But it's usually late in the morning when I should be asleep when these things come to me. That's why I don't get enough sleep. And then I go, okay, well, I mean, most of mine now follow a specific logic. So, for example, I will do like these 3 cards together out of one pack, but then I'll stop breaking it up, like these 2 into another pack, and this one into another pack, just to see, like, if, like I did with that one, like I shuffled and the 9. Actually, somebody had 2 9s, 2 wish cards. I think it was actually that. No, it wasn't that person. It was somebody else. So I kind of just go with the flow, and I just like to see the cards repeating. Like here, we don't have any cards repeating, but we have 3 8s. Or these different packs. They're actually the same pack. So that's really that's just what I do. If it doesn't work, first of all, make a note of it. Decide which card is which, because like this is not a spread. I was just looking for answers. This is one pack. So like people always ask me these questions, things I've never done before. So I'll go, okay, how I need something I can use. Like, most of them I can't remember off the top of my head. That's the problem. Like the relationship one. So that one I should remember. It represents that one represents doesn't know. Represents the relationship, reason to stay, reason to leave, and then advice. So you can just break it any way you like, whichever way makes sense. Like this one's a very small spread, so it doesn't really make much sense. But on the bigger ones, I like for example, the reason to stay, reason to leave, which is very tricky to understand. This one, I still don't fully understand this one. But this one you might want to take from a different pack because it could be the same card. I mean, now it'll just be random. Okay, so that one I might pick because they're like two opposites of the same coin, but it could actually be, it could end up being the same thing. It could actually tell you the reason to leave is actually the reason to stay, for example. So it's really just going with, don't think too much about it. It was an 8 card in a really weird shape. 8 card in a really weird shape. Yeah, just even if you take a photograph of it, like before you put it away, because it might make sense to you later. This is why I make those documents that I sent to you. I just make those documents and I go, well, then I go to bed. And I go, okay, what's this card going to be? What's this card going to be? What's this card going to be? Then I also try to make it look pretty because we are online, so that's why some of them are okay. I don't have. That's also a relationship card, relationship spread. So I thought, people are looking at it, so make it look a bit pretty. Also because it gives you the cross section, like I gave you the crossing ones, which I don't use very often. So then, like you can read them across, backwards and forwards. You can read those as pairs, but you can read them crossways. I just try and see, because sometimes nothing comes to you. People think this is, you just flip a switch. I just come on board and I push the switch and it no, but it doesn't work like that. So sometimes there is nothing. No guides, no energy, nothing arrives. So you have to literally work it out for yourself. But I say, like, you're on your own. So then doing spreads that encourage you to analyze. Yeah, it's hard. That's why I did them in Word, and then I had those like forward slash. Where's the camera? Like forward slashes, and backslashes and things, to indicate which way. Like these would have forward slashes and backslashes in that grid. So I would remember, as soon as I look at it, I remember what I had done the first time. Now that's what I have to write. First of all, I've got the electronic cards that I've used before. I need to actually do a spread, and what I'm going to do then is I'm actually going to use the numbers. So like 1, 2, 3, so people, it's easy to. I mean, it's not an actual spread. So it'll be like card 1, 2, 3, and they will be called like one. Yeah, obviously different colors just for fun. But 1, 2, 3, like 4, 5. Then when people look at it, it's immediately visually easy for them to associate which card is which. So in the demo, like in the book or in the notes that I'll give out later, card 1, card 2, card 3, card 4, card 5, or whichever way. Normally I go this way. I normally go either center card first or 1, 2, 3. And again, I just go with the flow. I just go with whichever way I go. I don't think about it. I kind of just do it. But in the description, then I'm going to, how I get to the spread will be explained like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the meanings of the houses are also in the numerical thing. And I found that was the quickest way that I could. At 3, 4, 5 in the morning when Hotness came, he had questions. He used to pop up. He doesn't come here anymore, but he'd pop up. He'd pop up like in the middle of the morning, like 3 in the morning, and ask these like questions that had no answer. I had no way of getting the information. So that's how I would do many spreads afterwards. And then he wouldn't come back. So the spreads were never used for him because he never came back. He'd come back like months later. I'm using the tarot with people on it. It was a problem-solving spread when the person on the card wasn't watching to the card. That's a good way to look at it as well. Like that's why I like the specifically old-fashioned. So like this kind of thing. But that is definitely something. That's something. I don't explain very often because nobody asks me. Like this. So they're both looking at the same. Like if they were like this, like neither of them was interested. So there is literally, this is one of the reasons why I always buy the cards, that they must be like this, because they have to always face in the right direction. Because otherwise, you can from memory remember, like I know all of them. The spades, none of them face the symbol. the hearts, the two older, I call them the older ones, the king and queen look towards the heart, but not at the heart. The jack is looking directly at the heart. Um, clubs, the clubs, I think almost none of them look directly. You see, yeah, the youngster looks away. He doesn't want the hard work. The others, again, also the spades. No one looks at the thing. The diamonds. I think the king is looking at security. So the king looks directly at. See, he also wants money, but he's not that obsessed by it. The king is obsessed by the security, so he looks directly at the card. So that's a good way. Also, I sometimes look at that as well. Not often. But I look at that as well. So like let's say you had this, for example, and you were using that example. Okay, he's looking at her at the opportunities, but she's like, yeah, not interested. You know. So you can use it in a way like a Lenormand type of spread. But of course, if like Hank says, if it fails, it fails. It either works or it fails. There's no. I also had a card for how you're feeling. There's a pack of like a cheapy pack of cards I wanted to get. I was debating if I shouldn't try and make my own and just have them printed. I suppose you could assign moods to the cards. What I always tell people is you've got to be clear about what you're asking, because what people do is that, with tarot as well, they ask a question but it's vague, and then they want to get the message from the cards, but the cards are like, they're giving you a vague answer because the question was vague. So then they start to overinterpret what the cards are saying. The question was X. That's the answer. There's no, unless, like, sometimes I will ask, is it a yes or a no? With explanation. That's how I say it in my mind. So like, yes or no, red is yes, black is no, with explanation, as to why, what is whatever, whatever the answer is. Okay. So then, okay, this is 2/3 yes. So I take it as a yes. After transformation. So transformation, then you you have the reaping the rewards, and you reach the point of stability. So you see, but I don't look at the cards unless I specifically asked for more information. I just look at it as a strict yes or no. So that's what I'm saying. It's important to keep in your mind, and if you're not sure, reshuffle and do it again. That's what I do. It's like sometimes I'm busy chatting away because I'm online, and I'm chatting to people, and and I'm shuffling, and I'm already cutting, and then I'm like suddenly somebody talks to me, and I start paying attention. I'm not paying attention, and I'll reshuffle again because I want to make sure. And the cards still come out. Like sometimes when mine have also because they are smaller than the sort of terror-sized cards. They tend to flip, like they tend to like flip over like this and flip back. But I sometimes see them because I'm watching them. So sometimes I say, let's see if this little fucker comes up again. Sometimes I pull it out, and then sometimes I go like this and it pops out again. And I go, there we go. It might come out in a different position, but the card still comes out. So that's the intent. But the intent is to be focused in your mind. Okay. Then I'll give you a trick. The trick is to start. That's what I do. Okay, that's the way. That's largely the system you see when I just do 3 cards, and then everybody's wondering what the hell's he seeing. So I'm not sure. So then I'll do another 3 cards. That's the looking for answers. So like, is that a yes or no? So that's no. Even though the cards are positive, these are positive cards. So that's why I look at it. If I'm not getting a direct message, I look at it. Okay, these are all positive cards. Good foundations, speedy acceleration, victory. So why is the answer no? Okay. No, because it's a good omen. Making things happen, blah, 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 blah. Then you start to interpret. So now ask another question. Okay, why is the answer no? What is the underlying reason? Because, for example, the answer, people ask the question, will I succeed at being a ventriloquist? And the answer is no, but it's success cards. And I'll say, and then I know, now I've gotten to know why. They can succeed at it, they're just not going to be happy at it. It's So there's goals. The goals can be achieved, but it's like where this is heart. This is good news. This is celebration. Do you understand that that's what I wanted to teach in the course? But this you can't just teach with notes. With just, and that's why we've been discussing someone and I said like I'm still not sure if the person wants to be mentioned public or not. Actually, see. So okay. So the person has this prefers to be anonymous. So we've been talking a lot about the courses, about these courses, and I've been just thinking about, because what I don't want is to be busier. I don't want to be busier and busier and busier and get right back to where I was a few weeks ago, where I was just literally on the treadmill, just running and running and running and running and running and trying to keep everything going. And I don't want that anymore. And I'm done with that. So these courses I want to teach people, and I want to enjoy teaching people. The one option, actually, it's good. We can discuss this now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people are here. YouTube is pretty quiet. There's not a lot of people. It's mostly just us. So this is going to become a thing relatively soon, as soon as I get the time to really put it together. But there's two ways of doing it. Well, there's actually a couple of ways, more than a couple of ways of doing it. The one is to go cheap and nasty. So the course is really dirt cheap. You get as many people, you pack them in like sardines. They don't really learn anything. But you make a lot of money because you charge them all small amounts, and there's a lot of people in there. I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do it because it goes against what I believe. And to me, I can't think of a worse way to earn a living. To be doing stuff just because of money. I mean, yeah, I want to make money, but like, and a lot of people do that. But I just think, like, when you go to bed at night, like when I'm online, and I know there's usually one, almost every night, there's one person that needed some information. Then I go to bed and I go, okay, I did the thing today. It doesn't matter what happened. It doesn't matter if it was quiet. It doesn't matter if there were not a lot of people here, but I did a thing. I helped someone in a specific way. They may never come back here, but it doesn't matter. You go to bed with a sense of that you did something that was needed. And I wanted to, oh, hey! Hello, Lee. I'm going to do a shout out. Oh, I think I'm going back to my old shout outs. I don't like the new one. The new one is so like there. Besides, we might get a clip.
He wants to kiss Kiri. Okay.
Oh, we're doing Sims.
Kiri, where are you?
You're doing the Sims.
Kiss. First kiss. Are we first kissing her? We're gonna first kiss her.
Let me do that with the other one. The other one is easier I think, to follow. I thought you said you don't play the Sims anymore. Como estás? I was on Lee. Oh, hold on. That's the same one. I did the wrong shout out. Okay, hold on. That's that one. I did the same shout. Parabéns. Okay. Hold on. That's the one you can click on, I think. No, it's, oh, fuck's sakes. Why do they keep changing? It's a forward slash. There we go. That's the new one. No, that didn't work either. No, of course not, because it always insert. Oh, it always says insert username here. No, I don't want it to. There we go. Paciência. So there, yeah. So as I said before, you should put aside your prejudices, and you should go learn a lot from this person. Because this person understands a lot. It's one of the first people I've met that actually understands how things really are. So thank you for the everywhere you came and raided in. Thank you. It's very nice. Very nice. Technically, I suppose I should open up the queue. We've just been chatting. Hold on, where's the queue thing? I should probably do this. And open up the queue as well. So whose birthday was it? You see, this is why I don't have my birthday publicly available. Then nobody can annoy me. So what was I saying? Estou bem. Também. Estou com um bocado de calor. I had the heat on, so now I'm a little bit hot. Um, so yeah, but we were just discussing like kind of the cards and things. Manny was asking some questions. Like as I was saying, for you guys that came in, quem entrou agora não estão os cartas normais. Um, Mais ou menos. These are just. I normally pick out a card for the night. Oh, do you? Oh, yes. Because I accidentally said the one person I really admired had died on my birthday. So I whoop. And then, but nobody noticed because nobody listens to me, so it's okay. Yeah, I really enjoyed today's show. Actually, was very nice, Leah. Muito interessante. So yeah, I do think it's somewhere you should go and visit. You don't necessarily have to agree with everything, but I do believe you should listen to when Sos talking about the universe and all that because it's literally mirroring a lot of the stuff I say. So didn't clip. Oh, now I would have deleted it anyway. I don't know. I don't want people singing happy birthday to me. I want people to leave me alone and not annoy me on that day, which is unknown to. It's now with all the damn astrologists, a lot more people are beginning to know. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I just if I'm expecting it, I just won't stream that day. Then nobody can annoy me. So it's very simple, you see. And yeah, no, I don't have a. It's not because of my age, because I was born in '69, so we know I'm old. I just don't. That day, I've had so many stupid, shitty, fucked up birthdays. I just want people to leave me the fuck alone. I mean, I'll tell you some horror stories. Hey, Captain Kels, we need a drum roll. I don't know why you got drum roll. How are you doing? I literally had birthdays like this. On my 21st birthday, actually, it wasn't too bad. The electrics on the car caught fire. So I ended up having to push the fucking car. That was one. Didn't bode well. It was the 21st birthday, and people expected the house, and like the electrics caught fire, dashboard caught fire. So we had to switch the car off. You know, it was smoky fire, not a good thing in a car. Then I had this birthday. They insisted that I had to do something. I said no. I think it was the 30th. I can't remember. And I said no. I really don't want to do anything. I'm really not interested. I really just want you to all to leave me alone. So they convinced me. And the person who convinced me agreed that they would pay for everything, they would have everything. I just had to turn up. Of course, I turned up and there was no food, there was nothing. Nothing was ready. So I felt so bad that I had to pay for pizza. So I had pizza delivered so there would be fucking food. And that after that was the last one. I said, that's it. Like, I'm not interested. If I ever decide to have a birthday party or whatever, I will organize it and no one else. Halloween party with my ex. It was hardly even awkward. Happy birthday. I will tell no one that it's your birthday. And you lied about being Aries. It's pretty difficult when everybody knows my astrology and I've got 50% of Aries in everything. Well, I suppose technically I could have been another star sign and had 50% of Aries in all the star signs, in all the houses. Which is the party with or without rum. You make me laugh this whole rum story. Hey, if it was spiced rum, I'd be there. So Leah, how was the rest of the stream? Did you carry on looking at all the cards? I actually quite liked the Lenormand thing. It was interesting that your what you were saying about some of the cards because like Hank just calls the fish card the Pisces card. I think it's just because he's Pisces, so he calls it the Pisces card. So I don't really know much about the cards, which is why I like the Lenormand system because the original ones actually had the cards in them. But some of them, like the one that Henk just ordered for me, thank you very much, Henk, literally only has the symbol. Let me see if I had it open here. It literally just has the symbol, so it doesn't muck around with my because I have my own definition. So for anything that is based on this, even the tarot, this is just older than the tarot. It's not a good thing. Why is this not opening? We open. There's all sorts of stuff here. Ah, here we go. And I can close all these dozens of windows that have been reopened. Hang on a second. Why is... Damn it. Everything's running so slowly. This is the one that's coming. Hold on, let's turn on Internet browser. There we go. This is the one that Henk ordered. I saw these, Leah, and I thought they were really, 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 really nice. The artwork is really lovely. So I had... Oh, there's a cat on the roof again. The rain stops and the cats are back. I assuming the rain has stopped because there's cats on the roof. So it's only got a very, very small symbol, so I can ignore that. I can just learn what the card means in the Linamon. Yeah, yours doesn't. That's why I liked your pack as well, because yours just had the like the tarot symbols on the cards that didn't have the actual cards, because they originally all came from these. So the original pack actually have got either mini versions of the cards, like at the bottom of the card, or just the symbol. So that one's got a very simple symbol, so I can just ignore it, because if I look at it, like, that's the wish card. It's the nine of hearts is the wish card. So it becomes impossible to use it because I'm always seeing what I already use in my own system. Yeah, I think Kenk said about the fifth, so thereabout. Temos aqui muitos brasileiros hoje. Normally we have a lot of Dutch people. They need to rush. Oh, you mean with the reading? So this is the one. Look at the stalk. The bells. You see, like this one. I love the artwork. I might still get the other one, but now I've got this one on the way. I've got one, which is fine. But I like this one so much as well that I put it on the list because I thought I might get this one day for myself. You know, I'm not really a deck collector. Look at the tree. Tree of life. 7 of hearts. So I thought this one was so nice that I put it on the... I was watching the last night's reading to build a question for clarification. I also sent out the question and the spread from last night on Discord. Oh. Oh. The reading I did last night. No, I don't know exactly. That's why I said we'd do it again maybe today, because I was really tired by then. It was the end of the stream. Let me take this off. But what I did say is, I mean, I'm just looking at the spread now from last night. I mean, there were the two. There was the King of Spades. There was the two sevens. There was the and I don't remember what the confirmation of the cards were, though. That's the thing. I'll pull it here, then people can see it. I'll just keep the... Wow, why is it so small? The original. That's a... Wow, that is tiny. Why is it teeny tiny? Okay, I think I had the zoom out. The zoom was way out. I can't remember the questions that I was asking. That's the thing. The first one was... I don't know if I make the questions... No, you were asking about M. You weren't asking about... This was about M, not about pre. Not about... not about Instagram lady. This is about the... Your question was about M, which is the other lady. Yeah, this is what... I don't know. You just said M. So if it's Marie... Marie... I'm trying to remember now. That's why I always say to people, ask me questions then, because afterwards, like, I have to remember what I did, and I generally don't remember. I just said to you that this is going to change. This is going to be a big change, because I remember the first one was... What was the first question? The first was your actual question, which I'm trying to remember, which was, I think, about what's the future between you and M. So I thought, okay, well, this is a bit of a weird answer. We've got two sevens. The sevens are usually the spiritual cards. In the end is the King of Spades, which is the master of masters, teaching. So I can't remember what the second question was, but the answer was that this is going to change your life a lot. And then when you can combine with the first row, because the first row, it ends in the King of Spades. The King of Spades is the big teacher. Okay, he's the biggest teacher. He's like the Hierophant in the tarot. The third row, I think, was, I can't remember what it was. I think it was the outcome or like possibilities for the future, which was the wish card. As I say, like I was just telling you about the wish card, which is kind of different to the Nine of Hearts in Lenormand. It's very different to what I interpreted as. And that was there would be a lot of changes. Your wish would bring you a lot of changes, and to trust your intuition, go with the flow, be flexible. But like I said, that this relationship would change your life a lot. But that was it. That was that. I mean, it was late and I was tired. Hey, Jess, I come back. Right, so let me do this in case the people that came in want to know how it works. I still have not done a reading at all today, which is nothing unusual. Let me just see what's happening on YouTube, because I'm also streaming to YouTube. Yep, it's very quiet that side, so that's good. Close all these windows. Close that and that. Put that down. Yeah, so that's like from what I remember of last night's reading. Like I said, I did it at the end, and I was relatively tired. You can still enter the queue. You can still edit the message, but it will give you that message. I don't know. I just thought it was funny. Right. Actually, I'm not. I don't think I'm even going to pull out a card for the night. Okay, so is there anything I need to know to make this future? It's kind of a loaded question. You went in the queue, Manny. What kind of readings? I know it's a big surprise. I don't really have a lot of expectations. I'm just going to see what happens. I don't really have a lot of expectations. I assume that I'll just use them the same way as I use normal cards, because that's what I would do for any system that I pick up. I would just basically, I might look again at the Lenormand 9 spread and that, and just have a look at it. But I'm so used to my spreads; they just work. I developed them, so I'll probably use them in the same way. It's just, I might use it as a secondary. I don't know. I actually really don't know. The first time in my life, I actually don't have huge expectations. I'm just excited to get them. Then I'll go with the flow with whatever happens. Can give you an example out from the last time. That one where you had you and your ex, and then the shipwreck thingy, the anchor. Yeah, I don't have that anymore. I had just. Oh no, that's in the Discord still. I think you posted in Discord. Was under what? I can pull it up again. Under what? Cartmancy. I think it was under Cartmancy. Yeah. Click. Anytime today. Okay. Turn that back on. That was the one that you posted in the Discord. I assume you might be able to use that for practice. Well, I kind of need to know what it means. I mean, I remember you kind of explained it, but I don't know what all the cards mean. I mean, I don't know what. By the way, also about talking about the Lenormand, that's what some of them had. They have the actual card in it, which is why I don't want to use this particular one, because it automatically associates the meaning of the card with my own meanings that I've come up over for these cards. Which so for me, it's yes, but down here would work better. So for me, it doesn't work because the logo is too big. So I want to learn the cards as a completely new system. I also really want to get the for some reason just the runes. I can never pronounce it. And it kills two stones with one bird because I also want more lapis lazuli. This crystal that Edna gave me. It's the only lapis lazuli I've got. I've actually got sodalite because sodalite is cheaper. I've got a little bit that I bought here in Ireland, but my big piece of sodalite is not okay. It's not focusing. So it kills. I can get the lapis lazuli, plus it comes with the runes on it. So it's something else I also can do. Same channel for the link. You mean the Discord? Yeah, I don't know if that pack. I don't know if the pack actually comes with any kind of booklet or anything, or if I have to go out because I know the original Lenormand only had 30 cards, around about 30 cards. I don't know the Celtic one. I don't know, but the Gilded one had, I think, close to 50, 46 or 47 or some number like that. I know there's a difference of about 20 cards between the old system and the new system. So so we'll see. I'll see when it arrives. I'm not sure. From the advert, it doesn't really say. That's the problem. They don't really say very much. In the description, like people forget, like they know their product, but the other people don't, and they actually shoot themselves in the foot because people. Okay, this is the 45 decks. It's similar to the other one. Provides additional tree, animal, people, cards, nuanced readings. Blah, blah, blah. Doesn't say if it's got usually illustrated guidebook also presents interpretations based on the phases of the moon, the wheel of the year. Oh, that's interesting. So it's got a little booklet, so that will help. Now I've received nothing. I've looked on my dashboard because I was just curious because I'm a good little Aries. So so I was looking to see if it, then I thought, okay, let me try and add it into my shopping cart again because it was in there. Remember, I took out the other one because I was going to buy the other one once the money came in, and that's why remember we were discussing yesterday maybe that you couldn't send it to me because it was already in my shopping cart, and I took that out and I tried adding this one in. It didn't say boo or bar. It's like didn't care. Sure, buy it again. So I was very pissed off with that because it kind of defeats the whole point. If somebody wants, I have mine ticked off, so because I don't want to be buying something twice. I'm not 5 years old. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that somebody has bought it for me. I also would like to know that it's coming because, like right now, it's pissing with rain every day. So I don't want to make that day that I went out to do something and it sits in the rain all day. Although my landlady wouldn't just leave it in the rain. She would either put it on the table or she'd keep it in the house. But still, so so I thought at least have an idea when it's coming. And usually it's much quicker than they say. It usually ends up being so. Anyway, but it does have a booklet, so I can look at that. Because what I'm looking forward to is it's a completely new system. I've never used it. Voters the latest. Oh yeah, it's Let's Be Dispatched. I'll show you the ruins. It's just an example. Just an example of the. It won't be this one they're sending. It'll just be an example. But this is the set that I really like it. I hope it comes. It's not some other piece of shit that really pissed me off. But I really like these, and I love lapis lazuli. So I thought this gives me two. Gives me the two things. It gives me the lapis lazuli, and it gives me a set of runes. So that's the other one I had in my outbox. It's about 20 odd euros. Delivery is also, I think it ships from Amazon as well, so there's no additional. So I'm going to see that one as well. You'll see. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's just, I was just out of curiosity. I like to follow it because it always says, oh, it's going to take, 300 trillion years if you don't pay, speedy post. And then it's the next day it's there. I actually had one of the hard drives I've got in that external enclosure. It was not Prime. It was not like any of these speedy deliveries, nothing. It actually arrived quicker than the stuff I had ordered with Prime. It actually arrived the day before. It literally arrived like the next day. It was like, I think that maybe they had a local stockist or something in Ireland or something, and they sent it directly from this, from their stock in Ireland. The hard drive literally arrived before Prime. Okay, so it's like, seriously. I mean, free delivery, and it's not on Prime, and it arrives before Prime. So anyway. Again, I do thank you. I'm really looking forward to them because I can learn a new system, and I'll just ignore the little symbol on the corner of the card. So I am looking forward to it. Let me just close Discord here. The runes, I'm kind of in two minds because I mean I like lapis anyway, so that's why I thought if I was obsessively, when's it coming? 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 It's coming, but when? I tend to look at it once a day, mostly just to know which day it's coming, so that I can be, I can be on the lookout. I'm not sure. That's the beauty of it. Is like I have no expectations, so I'm just going to see what happens when it arrives and what I do with it. But I figure it's probably going to do pretty much the same thing as I do now, because it works. It kind of works, and I'm also I'll tell you what. The one expectation I do have for it is for it to help me to connect, be less dominant, and to connect more with guides and things. Because this is a system I've used for 20 years. It's developed over the years, specifically now being online. So for me, it's that's why I've made it so difficult for myself. And I'm going to put everybody off taking the course. But no, it doesn't have to be that complicated. Mine are just complicated. My space are just complicated because it makes me actually have to actually focus, and that focus helps my mind to not be functioning. For my mind not to be trying to interpret it. It makes me kind of, it in a weird way, it makes my mind so busy it actually, it's too busy to interrupt the message. Well, that's what we were discussing earlier, and then we had the raid. There's a couple of ways to do it. Like I've been discussing with the person that we've been discussing these courses. Is like, I really don't want to go the cheap route. I know that not everybody can afford it. But the thing is, the courses I'm going to be isn't for everybody. Like, so there's no way of doing, but there are a couple of options, and then you guys can actually give me an idea. And if you guys are in a hurry with the readings, I can get to the readings first, and then we can discuss it. Because I know many of you, I know you're not working until Monday, but if you're in a hurry, we can do the readings, and then we can talk about it afterwards. If I were to just make my own system from scratch with playing cards, it will always work. That's the main focus of my course is going to be to teach people to believe in themselves. It will always work. Like whatever cards come out, like, okay, this one, okay, we can just try a random test right here. Okay, we say this is relationships. This is a threesome. Okay, we're just going on the ring, and pregnancy. Okay, so let's say we would choose the opposite of these cards to represent the same things. Let's see if it happens. I don't know. You want the 2 of spades, the 3 of hearts, and the ace of spades. Okay, it's unlikely they will come out. So if I'm expecting a relationship, it would be the 2 of spades, the threesome. Okay, hold on, what am I doing? It's okay, we got almost the same thing. But now do you see the joke came in? Okay, the joke came in and ruined everything. the Joker represents the magician, which represents the two. The two is the relationship. What was the third? Okay, we still got the six of spades, so that didn't kind of work. But the system will work. But it's my system. This is the one I use, so it's very difficult. Like that's why I want the Lenormand cards, because it's not something that's in my control. So if you whatever you assign to it, that's why I say to people, like there's been a lot of people come and say, oh, but the I don't know, the XY, I'll pick a random card. The Queen of Diamonds means this and that. And I say, no, for me, it doesn't mean that because it never has. It's not a reading. Give us a card. Oh my God. The day I don't have one is the day you want one. So that's really actually one of the main topics I wanted to teach is that whatever you use will work. It's just got to be consistent. All is well. Everything is working out for my highest good. Out of the situation, only good will come. I am safe. So that's for you, Manny. I always forget it never focuses there. There we go. That's the card for today. I try not to read it. I don't read the questions or anything until I get there, because like it'll be on my mind. I want the least amount of things on my mind, so like I kind of just tend to like ignore the questions sitting there. For a fun example, for those, will my health progress accelerate soon? Well, I mean, that I'm going to be using my own. You see, the point with any card system or any divination system is that you define a set of parameters. Now, it sounds very technical. You define a set of parameters. So every single card, that's why I have the jokers in there, because I wanted more options. So every single, you could do the same thing with crystals, like runes, and you pick them out of a bag. So every card has a set of parameters. So when you ask the question, the universe is using those parameters to tell you a story. It's like an alphabet. Think of it like the alphabet, literally. Actually, that's a good way to explain it. So this is an alphabet for the universe of 56 things. Except mine is a little bit more complicated than that. Purely because I like options. It's actual. Oh, hold on. Let me scroll down. Actual first date. And that was on Sunday. That's tomorrow. What's today? Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay, that's your date is tomorrow. For a date, my tactic is to be myself rather than try. Yeah, because you don't impress anybody if you try to be somebody else, because then they think you're somebody else. The biggest problem with trying to be somebody else is that they think you are somebody else. So then they go, no, I don't like this person. I wanted the person I thought it was, but now I see I was mistaken. That's why you're always just yourself. So that's a good advice. Yeah, and unrealistic expectations. Like I once said to somebody, you should, if you are meeting some, not that you deliberately go looking like a piece of like somebody's what they call it, like what's the saying? Like something that the cat is dragged through the mud. I don't know I don't know what the saying is. But I always say to your first date, you should just brush your hair, check your teeth, and go. Okay, because the person who truly is going to love you is going to love you looking like you. If you have to sit 3 hours at the hairdresser and then you spend 5 hours getting an outfit together, you're not going to be doing that every day. So the person is not going to be seeing what you've prepared for them. That's why should read you first. We can do that. Oh, somebody's already been playing with the queue here. I'm gonna take your mods away with the queue. Yeah. So, well, I mean, it's almost impossible not to be nervous, Jess. But just literally go and be yourself. If you're an annoying little shit, be an annoying little shit. Literally, I mean, I'm being sarcastic now, but literally, I mean, if you go like, it would be like me going on a date and pretending to be all so prim and proper, and I never fucking swear, and it was like, that's not me. I mean, sometimes it's me, but half of the time it's not me. So I have to go there. I have to swear like a fishwife. I'm trying to swear less. That's why I have a beep button. um, but if literally if you're going out with one of the seven bestial virgins and they can't bear to hear a swear word, it's not going to work. So there's no point in me going there and to trust trying to be someone that I'm not. So that's why we always say be yourself. But literally being yourself is just being yourself. If you don't if you for example like the kind of person gets up in the morning, brushes your hair quickly, and like in the first jumper that you see and off you go and you enjoy your day, then that's what you must present. You know, obviously a little bit more polished, but not so polished that it's not even you anymore. Yeah, if you normally spend an hour on makeup every day, first of all, what's wrong with you? I mean, unless you're specifically doing it for a purpose. But if you can't leave the house without an hour of makeup, what's wrong with you? But if you normally do it for yourself, then you are doing it for yourself. That's different. But some people, what they do is they go completely out of their way to make a good first impression. If you on a bad day doesn't make a good enough impression, that person won't stick with you through the bad days. That's what you need to understand. So if you hit it off with someone on a day you're not feeling so good, okay, you know that's going to work. I mean, it's got a very good chance of working because the person likes you, the person that is you, not the mask that you got that day. The person you would try to be in general. Yeah, yeah. I mean, for example, some people they try not to be cheeky. Maybe the person likes cheeky. If the person doesn't like cheeky, well, they've got a big surprise coming the next day. That's the point. That's the point. It's got to be something that you could sustain. And I think that's where a lot of people go wrong, especially on like their social media profiles and dating profiles. They have all these things, and like, but that's not you. Yeah, but that just in case I said, but it isn't you. Everything you've ticked is not even you. So that it's a fallacy. Yeah, I mean, I look, depends. There are places, times to use makeup, but I feel like if you can't leave the house without makeup, like literally, if it becomes a traumatic thing, I mean, if it makes you feel better and you're going to work or you're going to spend a lot of day out and you want to put some makeup on, that's different. But the people that literally cannot leave the house without spending ages amount of time on their makeup, you're spending so much time every day that you could be living, and instead you're spending on doing your makeup. And then the thing is, I mean, I literally know of people that like women specifically, obviously, generally, that they would literally wake up before their husbands so they can run to the bathroom, brush their teeth, brush their hair, and put makeup on so that the husband never, ever, ever sees them without makeup on. And I'm going, that's very sad. I'm glad you told me that because it's like very, very sad. You should be able to go out without makeup on, put it that way. I remember when I was quite young, we had like, I mean, I was like my teens, and my dad's best friend, like family friends, his youngest son came to our house for, I think it was like a birthday or something. I can't remember what it was, my dad's birthday. And he brought his then girlfriend with. She was beautiful. She was a beautiful young woman, okay? And she had so much makeup on, you couldn't see her. And I'm going, why? Like, I mean, I was young, and I was going, why would you wear so much makeup? And it was so obvious because it was like it was well done up to here, and then everything else was like didn't match. When I'm in my comfy wear, oh yeah, but that's the point because it's you. But anyway, I do find it quite sad that that people cannot leave the house without makeup. I mean, it's one thing to do makeup for fun or whatever, but if you literally, I honestly say to people, and there are many as well that do them. They won't go out without like base and that. And I say you need to be able to. You need to be able to. It doesn't mean that you have to, but you need to be able to leave the house without makeup, because then you are wearing a mask. If you wear it because you enjoy it, that's different. But if you're just wearing a mask to hide behind, if you can't leave the house without being you, then there's a bigger problem here. Right, so let me do some readings here. Between her and a non-husband. It's probably not that weird. But don't tell her. She feels special because she feels weird. All right, let me start doing readings. I'm getting a headache today. I don't know why. I think I didn't have enough water for some reason. That's why I had a drink. Most people think they're a lot weirder than they really are. But jokes aside, Manny, you two really do have a great dynamic. It's different to what other people expect, but it works. That's why I keep saying to you, you're married. Stop looking for the ring. The ring is a trap. I'm feeling hungry. Stop talking about food. I'm trying to fast today. I ate way too much yesterday. It was great, but I ate too much. Well, everybody's special. So from that point of view, no one's special because everyone's special. Everybody's the same. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why I don't actually subscribe to the whole point, the whole pop psychology thing. Like, oh, you must think you're special. No, you must think that you must think the value of yourself that is your own value. Because like that's the problem with it with specials is that it makes you better than other people. So you lose that humbleness. So I think everybody's special. Therefore, no one's special. Everybody's the same. And then it leads it leads to a realistic state of being. No, it should never be feisty. Never, ever, 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 ever. Yes, right. Have you asked your question already? I don't know. And you need to type exclamation mark hello. Otherwise, I have to do it for you. And you didn't stick around for your reading yesterday. What the day was yesterday? Yeah, it had to be yesterday because I wasn't here for a week. Oh my god. Okay, look, I must close the stream now. Why do you want a 9-card reading about tomorrow? I'm going to give you those points back because there's no point for that. It's like a 20-minute reading for no reason. Yes, that's not a reading about going on a date. Do you still want the 9-card reading? You don't have an idea. She certainly doesn't need a past life reading to go on a date. Oh, past life reading. Oh, past life reading. Okay, sorry, I just saw the 9-card. Yeah, I put the 9-card in just to stop people from asking questions. How many cards do I get? Because I know somebody will ask him. So like, okay, that's on there. So I just thought I'm used to the 9 squares. It's called the 9 square. Okay, it's got nothing to do with your date tomorrow. Just saying, because then don't ask me questions about the date through this, because it's got nothing to do with the date tomorrow. Put this out of the way. Ah, Lia, sorry, vai mais tempo. Tens malucos aqui hoje. Tarados da cabeça. Right. All right. Well, you never had one. Question. Which, let me just close that. Oh, I never shut down my external drives. All right, that's off. One less thing running. I thought I'd shut them down. No, I was just saying it's going to be a while. She pulled a trump card. She pulled the trump card and asked for past life reading. It usually takes a while. Call up my spread. Okay. The reason why I always say it's important is, first of all, because you don't just have one, past life, but there's no point in going over the same past life, because eventually you just get random stuff coming up. And then you say, oh, but the last time you said this, and then it just becomes confused. The first reading about a particular thing is usually the most accurate one. That's why I asked, because sometimes like you know of one of a particular past life that you want, more information about. I have all my life to have got. Ai, se eu fosse tão jovem. Mind you, technically I've got another 50 years, so I've got plenty of time, but I'm just not getting any younger. Yeah, no, absolutely. Okay, I'll stop, but then I'm going to start with this. I don't know why lately you see, okay, Manny, this is a learning curve for you. For some reason, I've started on this one. I've started backwards. This is the second time. I think the last time was with you, I think, and I did this backwards. So I'm actually pulling the ninth card out first. This is a bit of a span in the works. We'll see. And then, okay, so this will get this out of the way. So like you were asking about the 9 spread. So I'm going to focus now. But you can see what I'm doing. I just want to focus. I'm not just pulling out random cards while I'm talking. You see, you should not do this either. I start every curiosity. I start looking at the cards before I pull them all out. It's like, oh, that's interesting. No, just get the cards out first. See, repetition. Repetition. That's why I do them this way. It's just because you were asking me earlier about. I think it was the spread. I can't remember if it was the spread or okay. This one I haven't used yet. Wish I had more space. Okay, now where's this everything on the screen? I mean, don't really. Now I've got the cards out now. It's not really an issue to be explaining, but now you're seeing the repetitions. Like so, you saw. I just didn't want to do it before I pulled the cards out. So yeah, but this works similarly like the 13 chakras. So like the Earth Star, pull out the Earth Star separately if you want. Then I pulled out you can pull out the 7 chakras, personal chakras, and then I put like so. I for some reason I've started doing this one backwards. I don't know why. Ordinary, that's the number 1 card. It goes all the way around, and then it comes to this one. But now I've been going backwards. I don't know, but I've noticed that I did that on the other. Again, I don't question it. I just do it because it doesn't really matter. The cards will come out in the right place. We just got like 2 repeated cards. Because it's almost a crossover of those two, almost crossover like this. And the unresolved issues are the current like comic lesson that you need to learn is what is unresolved. So it's just interesting. That's why I use multiple packs because the cards just if they really want to repeat, they repeat. Okay, so excuse me. I just want to move my spread because I never remember all the details of what I wrote. Okay. Let me just check on YouTube in case there's any messages there. Okay, why have I got no message box there? Is this okay? There's nobody there, so I don't have to worry about YouTube. And be back to I actually leave it on YouTube in case I see anything pop up there. Because I'm streaming to YouTube as well, but there's literally very few people that watch there. So at least if that's open and something does pop up, because then at least I tend to kind of lose myself in the readings. So, and I'm also oh, excuse me. So this is actually a great reading because of all the crossover cards and the repeated cards, and it being a follow-on life, past life to this life. So it's quite interesting. I think so. This represents your you, like who you were in the past life. This represents you, who you are in this life. Okay, that's where I always start there. So it's interesting because of the kind of the crossover of the cards. It's almost literally a crossover. In the previous life, you as a person, I think. Let me just get this straight. I want to get something straight in my mind. Trying to get something. I'm reading my notes because I'm trying to get something straight. I feel like I'm not on this particular card. Yeah, I know what it means. On there, I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to. Okay, so I think. Okay, so I'm still not 100% sure, but I feel like in the previous life, which kind of corresponds then now with this lifetime, what you strove to achieve, what you wanted to become, or maybe what you thought you were, okay, like the way you saw yourself was not necessarily what you had achieved. So you wanted to be more intuitive and sort of more flexible and more easygoing and that. And I think you might have thought that you were, but you never really were that much as you thought you were. That's why I was having a problem because trying to reconcile that information. Because then when we move into your life path then and your life path now, that's inverted. You see, then these cards literally kind of invert. So that's why I get the feeling that in your last past life that we are looking at is you thought you had become that kind of intuitive person. But literally, your life was the path of the fool, in a sense, because you you hadn't actually achieved what you had thought you had achieved or you had wanted to achieve in that respect, which comes down to the nines here. However, in this lifetime, I think it is your path to be more intuitive and to be more flexible and to be more to trust in life more. You know, to not live life in fear, to be, to be more flexible and go with things, which is maybe why you want to go to Italy. When you feel like, breaking away from the mold and going to Italy, something different. So I think that's the contrast, because your current life now is the Ace of Spades is quite a heavy spiritual card. It's a complete departure. It's like it's a new beginning with this lifetime. That is not, it's rewarding. It's not necessarily easy, but it is rewarding. So the cards are kind of flipped over. Well, here you had thought you had actually achieved it. Here you are beginning anew and achieving it, and that's your life path now, is to become more intuitive. Not necessarily, cards and divination and all that, but just more intuitive. Just like going, like, okay, I'm getting a message. Like you want to go to Italy, so there's there's a reason for you to go to Italy. Like, and I think I told you that already on previous readings. So that's what I'm talking about. Is like you have a gut feeling, and your family saying no, 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 don't go to Italy, Solonzo, don't go to Italy, stay here in Germany where it's terrible, and the electricity has gone to 2,000%, gone up by 2,000%. But your intuition is telling you to go do this, because it will lead to something that this is the new beginning of this new life. And you'll see a bit more about. I wish I understood when the energies come. Yeah. Right. So then we go to your relationships then, your relationships now. Interesting enough, I think this is the contrast. Even though they are similar, there's a contrast. So I think your relationships then were more of the marriage type. There's no easy way to say it. So, like, in other words, like you got married, you stayed married. Hey, Big Austin. In this lifetime, it moves away from more from the just getting the ring on your finger to the actual security, the actual basis, the actual foundations for the relationship. So they're built on something more than just a decision. So I think that your relationships in this lifetime might be a little bit less romantic in a way, but are going to be more stable. They're going to be more security based. I mean, not securities again as in the whole societal thing of wealth and that, but based on real things rather than just romance, or just, okay, we have the ring now, so now we're done, we're set, everything's fine. No, there's foundations are laid, plans are made. Hey, Lucia. How you doing? Okay. There's a predominance of diamonds and then just the two hearts. So it's there's a lot of security based. Yeah, that's the thing, is like not getting carried away by just the romance. Um, Also, if you think just purely in terms of create. Also, just in terms of moving on in time, we live in a little bit more modern times, so it's not like getting married, get the ring, and now you're done, kind of thing. And hope for the best. So that would also mirror over in the changing of times, that we become a little bit more modern on that, where I don't know. The five just coming up to me as this like just a marriage. It's just a marriage. Almost like an arranged marriage kind of thing. It's not like, well, this is the thing I must do, so I got married and that's it. And well, it didn't work out that well, but whatever. I still achieved it. Whereas now looking more at the relationships. What do they represent for you? What do they bring for you? What do they have for you in this lifetime? What do I get out of it? Other than just social status, of being married. Interesting enough, the nine of diamonds is attaining which. Okay, this is the unresolved issues or the unresolved things that you want to resolve, which is the same card as you got now in this lifetime. So for me, because it's an unresolved thing, it was. This is also a travel card. This is also a card again, it's diamonds. It's all about achievements. Not as much as clubs, but it's almost in a sense business orientated. Diamonds tend to be very business orientated, but it's not. I don't look at it just as business. So for me here, it's that perhaps even because of being tied into that old-fashioned kind of relationship of marriage, you never really achieved milestones like maybe literally business milestones of being successful in your own right. So it was always overshadowed maybe by the marriage, by this type of relationships where you were kind of fixed in a box. So that's kind of an unresolved thing. But it could also indicate traveling, which would explain for you why you've still got the nine of diamonds as a current thing, and you do want to move countries. You do want to move down to Italy and start a brand new life there. And maybe this is kind of a this could be like a this could be like this literally could be one of those karmic things where my main issue right now is what I really want to become and do in life. Yeah, and I think this is an unresolved issue coming back from your past life, the last past life. So in this lifetime, you have the opportunities to celebrate that. So how do you? So that's the final card. There is the achievement. Like how do you achieve this? Well, you achieve it literally um, by literally going for it and then celebrating it. That's like a celebratory card. It's not really come out. It doesn't quite resolve itself into the card of like how do you do it. It doesn't really kind of. It just indicates celebration, like a sense of happiness, which I think for you Italy might bring, because I think that's why you have a pull to. I think for you it feels like going home. I know that your family are from there, but that could be the reason why you were born to them, is so that you have the genetic history that's pulling you back there. And I think if it's not Italy, it will lead you to somewhere which will bring you that kind of unfulfilled goals. And those goals, yes, you're young. At this point in your life, you're still discovering stuff. You're still learning all of this stuff. So it'd be very unrealistic to expect anybody your age to know everything and to know exactly what you want to become and what you want to do and where you want to go. But for you, this Italy thing is important. So don't lose track of that. Unless it changes, it could change. The thing is, Italy as a destination is a destination, but whatever the reasons are that you want to go there, unless it's specifically geographically located, that's where you want to be. Those issues and those things can be resolved anywhere. It could be like a carrot in the sense where there's a longing to go back and to celebrate what you didn't get to celebrate in the previous life. But if you celebrate where you are now, that goal is still achieved. It's not tied into a destination. But I think it helps to explain this need to relocate, this need for for success to almost a sense like a recognition. For you, it's kind of it's kind of centered in. You feel like if you went to Italy, that you would get a sort of a sense of satisfaction, and maybe it's tied into the past. You got the same two. Okay, this is okay. I asked for I got the cards that I wanted. Here's the six. The six represents the karmic connections. The ace is the passion, and the two again, the two of diamonds, which is the trusting your intuition. My goals and stuff can always change, and maybe I will not go. Yeah, but the goal here is that inspiration to go. Is you need to explore the pull. The why are you? It's in other words. So it's more important for you to understand why you want to go there than the actual going there. I mean, there could be an actual physical pull. Like for me, it's generally the Central America, Mexico, that part of Mexico that's part of the Maya region. For me, I think that's my pull. So I don't think I have to go there, but it will bring me great satisfaction to be able to, I think, to go there and to start and to spend the rest of my life there. Yeah. Look, you got the two of diamonds three times now. Okay, that is the trusting intuition. Go with that intuition. Go with that feeling, but understand what the feeling is. I think there is a karmic crossover of something that, and I literally feel like, and I'm getting energy going down my back again. I literally feel that even just going there, when you get there, you will you will feel a sense of completion. Yeah, not completion. What's the word the Americans use when? What's the fucking word? Um, when you can't resolve something and you get, oh, it's a sense of. I'm being dyslexic. I can't remember the word. Not conclusion. Sense of closure. Closure. So this all will bring you somehow. It's going to bring you a sense of closure from the past. Maybe it could have been, for example, like a dream of yours to go to Italy. And because of the family, because of the situation, you never ended up doing it. Now you have the opportunity to do it. And that could be as simple as that. You could get there and go, okay, now I've done it. Now I'm off to Timbuktu. You know what I'm saying? Does that help? Let me just see what's happening on the internet. Okay, it's still very quiet on YouTube, which I don't actually necessarily mind because it allows me to focus on what I'm doing. Buttercup forward slash exclamation mark hello. I don't know. It's just something I've always heard it said, like when I was younger, from here to Timbuktu. So I don't. I actually don't even know exactly what it is. It's kind of silly. Buttercup, exclamation mark hello. Type exclamation mark exclamation like you've got on the screen here. Exclamation mark hello. There you go. So that's what I've got for you. What's up? Actually, I don't have that yet, but I could have a very cocky one for that one. Anything else you want to ask, Jess? My mouse pad is trying to fall off the desk. There actually is a command that maybe not necessarily what's up, but actually I'm just going to copy that. If I think of something funny to put in there, I'll I'll add it in. Yeah, onto my to-do list. I've got hey. to my ever-growing to-do folder for stuff online. I wondered if I was related to my grandpa in my past life. I'm trying to get like straight in my head. Your grandpa, your current grandpa, and in your past life. I mean, I can ask. I don't know if I'm going to understand. I can ask the question. And Manny, why are there no fucking systeme bakkies om te koop? Wat is verkeerd met alles? I keep looking on Amazon. I keep looking on Ireland. I keep looking everywhere. I cannot get. All I want is another set of like a few of these with the nice colors. I can't find them anywhere because they're for my cards. You see, but they came in a 3 set that I bought many years ago, not knowing what I was going to use them for. I cannot find a set like in this color. I found the ugly, just plain blue ones, and they're so damn expensive. It's like wow. It's like wow. What are they trying to bankrupt me? They've got these with the dual ones. Because you said you just go everywhere and you just buy them in the Netherlands. I'm very jealous. Like these, like you can't buy one. You have to buy 5 on Amazon. It's like I don't want a 5. I don't have 3,000 packs of cards. It's like what am I going to do with 5? Minimum order is 5. They are a bunch of blocker. So I'm pissed off. Because I can't find any retail in Ireland that really has them, like these ones with the pastel colors, and they've been out of stock for like ever. And I really do like them. They're a great way to store the cards every day. They're easy to open because the paper boxes. Oh crap! That again. I pressed the button. For those of you that just woke up, I don't use those buttons anymore. I think I grew up. At least here stores sell stuff from Japan and Korea. Well, this is from New Zealand. Right, now before I forget. Oh, wait a minute. That card should be here. now I remember. That's why there's a space. The card of the day. Okay. Back to, let me just get this question. I think so. Yeah, those are the. I was thinking, oh my god, this is going to be one of those. Okay, so yes, you got both Jokers and the Two of Hearts. So I think this is the same person. It was. I mean, your grandfather was your grandfather in both lifetimes, which is kind of freaky in a way, isn't it? I didn't pull the cards out. Those are the ones that wanted to come out. There's no bigger confirmation card than that, except other than maybe the 10 of spades, or the King of Spades, or the 7 of Spades. Those would have been the only bigger confirmation cards that would have been an absolute yes. So does that make you happy? I can't find the damn spade. Only this one. That one. That would have been the biggest confirming card after the 2. Here's the other one. I'll find the damn. Yeah, wait. This PPs. So that would have been the order. Like the order that would have been an absolute yes would have been that one, then that one. Well, I don't think you need to miss him. Like I keep explaining to people, like death isn't. Death is just a change. Like I'm going to keep using the water example. If you freeze ice cubes, you melt them, then they become water, then they evaporate if you heat them up. It's still water. It still exists. It's just in a different state. So just put them like this so people don't think I'm literally pulling the cards out if they come out again. They're going to say, oh, you did it on purpose. No, I don't know how to do magic. Magic card tricks. If I could, I would do those like what you see the cards are going. Like I love when they do them. They go, uh, and they like throw the cards from one hand to the other hand. I was like, yeah, no, I can't do that. I can't do magic tricks. Well, if it's your path, to, to be, you know, in reborn together, reincarnated together, then yes. But again, it doesn't have to be your grandfather. He could be, you could be your grandfather's best friend, or someone who is like that kind of role, or it could even, and that sounds weird, it could even be somebody that you end up together with. Remember that the family structure that we have here on earth is just here on earth, and we've been taught about incest and all that. But the souls don't have that kind of hierarchy. They're just people that are a family, but the family is not defined in the same way as it is defined here on earth. Right, let me not get too sidetracked, because I'm known for this crap. All right, Open Dragon, you're next. Right, is there anything I need to know to make this future Marie happen? Okay, this I think it calls for the Astros. I want to see. I haven't used this for a while. It's kind of a difficult question, that one, actually. Whether he will be fine. He was, yeah. Okay. Before we move on, as I understand it, and the things I've read, is the souls have families as well, but it doesn't. It's difficult to explain, because like we think of family like direct genetics and direct blood, or by adoption or whatever, and you are in a family, so that's family. That's always say to people when I talk about family, it's the people you care about, even if you've never met them. Okay, it could be. I mean, there's a lot of people on the internet now that I care a lot about, which kind of surprised me in a way that, and I've never met some of you guys. In fact, I don't think I've met any of you. um, but so the concept of family to the spirit is different to the concept of family that we are taught here on earth. So it's like it sounds incestuous, for example, to imagine that you could meet the soul that was your grandfather, and for example, be, instead of being grandfather and granddaughter, you could be, I hate to say it because people are going to freak out, like, but be like romantic, or be brother and sister, for example. The souls are in a sense ageless. So well, I suppose that is, there's no, I think I would remember if I'd met some of you. Um, so that's the thing. So don't people think, oh, the grandfather's always the grandfather? No, it's just a person. It's just an entity. It's a soul. So it's just a soul. It's just a person. And as I understand it, souls create their own families. So they have like, they have favorites, I suppose. It's not like you're not part of our family, so you're out of it. You have no value to us. But the souls create their own families, so they often will come down and be families on earth again, in some way or the other, even if it's through great friendships, or things like that. Whew. Being very emotional now. Came back to tell you, please have fun tomorrow. Oh yeah, yeah, have fun. Try to have. It is a date. Right now, open drink. Meu senhor de Brasil. Oh, I almost forget. Leave it up to the Again, I'm not even bothering to get people to redeem stuff, the points. I am so bad at this, aren't I? Oh well. I'll be strict tomorrow. Okay, well, it's not. An entire pack of cards is not useful. Oh, okay. I don't know where that one came from. Wow. Okay. Why do I always make things difficult for myself? And then I want to peek. I want to cheat and I want to peek at those. Oh my god. This literally is like having to make a decision and then needing to make a decision and then having to make a decision. Oh, how do I even begin to interpret that? You're too young to need beauty sleep. Good night, Jess. Sleep well. And I know the worst part. There's a worse part. I missed a comment from Captain. It's interesting. There are a few people that have always considered family, even though we are not related. Yeah, I for me as well. And sometimes I kind of feel like kind of disappointed. You know, in a way, I feel kind of disappointed sometimes. But you know, and just like family, you know, it's like just like family comes and goes. You know, technically, family on Earth doesn't come and go until they die, but people go in and out of your in and out of your life, and we are kind of stuck. And I don't think it's related to Max. No, I don't think it's related to X either. I don't think it's related to Pre either. Yeah, and that's what just talking about that. I think that's the soul families that somebody came in. Who said that yesterday? Somebody said that to the effect. Yeah, yesterday. It's like almost like we all come together here because you know, like there's like a familiarity, you know, amongst us. Hold on, I got distracted. Stop distracting me. No, it's something else. That's why I'm getting more. I want to look at those cards because like I'm really not sure. I'm not sure what I don't understand. And that's why I pulled that. And that's why I pulled those two cards out. But if I look at them now, it's cheating. Oh, there we got the. Oh, we got the King of Spades now as well. Oh my God. Okay, I don't understand. I literally do not understand. We had the king. Remember the King of Spades? Let's throw the picture up. Now close the picture. Oh, now I've got to reopen 100 windows. There we go. Okay, let me leave it open now. Well, I won't need it after this. Close all that. There we go. Now, if you remember the reading from yesterday, which you so kindly copied and pasted, there's the King of Spades again. Okay, King of Spades, biggest obstacle, or just in short, it's the biggest obstacle or the biggest teacher. You've got all the kings here. You've got a card of abundance. So I don't actually understand what the message is. It almost feels like taking a risk. Oh, let's just do this. Rebirth. Climate. Ah, I just said take a risk, didn't I? Rebirth. The challenge is and I said to you with the spread from yesterday that I did when I was quite tired. is that this is going to change your life a lot. There's going to be it's going to be a lot of this. It's going to be a very life changing relationship. Whatever relationship it ends up being, whether it's just friendship or whatever, it's going to change a lot. But as I understand it, it's going to change it a lot for the better. It's not a destructive relationship. It might feel like you know hard work. I'm not sure why the two. Look at my definitions. Ah, was that not? Was it you? Or was it somebody else? Was I not talking to you about? It probably was you at some point, but I know recently, like yesterday, I was talking to somebody about this. The two of spades is also about making a decision with your, we can say emotions, but in this case, I would lean more towards your intuition. Instead of making a practical choice, is make an intuition, like an intuitive choice. Like listening to your inner voice, making a decision based on what you feel rather than what you think. You understand? And I think that's why that two's there. That's why we've got a call for a decision here. We've got the good news, eight of diamonds in the middle, and then we've got the two of spades, which is calling for you to actually get in touch with your emotions. In other words, make an emotionally based decision as opposed to just, she's pretty, she's got long legs. You know what I'm saying? I'm being sarcastic here, but you know what I'm saying is like, how does it make you feel? That pool that you're talking about, that Aurora was talking about as well. Either way, I think this all leads to a good conclusion. I want to just look up these cards and see if anything jumps out, because the rebirth is, I mean, that's obvious. So the challenge is literally because you're going to have to, this, like I said, this relationship will change a lot of stuff. So it's not just like dating somebody. Maybe this person's very highly spiritual. Remember, I had 2 sevens on the spread yesterday. Um, Okay, the action. Pluto calls for three actions. First, to dig deep, which is what I was saying. Okay, now understanding why the cards are all coming together. Second, be willing to transform. And third, to use power wisely. Okay, it's a challenge. That's the challenge. Like I said, the first one I pull out is always the challenge. The Pluto's shadowy side can bring up obsession, depression, mortality, and grief. Pluto plays hardball, so set a guide for this. So get a guide for this realm if needed. Then, as a spiritual gift, Pluto asks you, in the face of life and death, why are you here? This isn't a rhetorical question. Strip down to the essentials and come back to what really matters to find the answers. So that's your challenge. Okay. Then, as I think, as far as from what I remember, the climates, transits. I'm going to look up again because I can't. I need to sit with these cards again. Even though life is an ever-moving circus, you do not control the people and events transiting your life. Know that you are in complete control of your response to the transition. Choose wisely. There is no volume control in this card's energy. Transits may trigger a small change in personnel around you, or it could signal a shooting star that blazes across your life and turns your direction entirely. And these cards, that's what I've been saying for me from last night, is that this could change the course of your life. Even if you don't stay together, she will make you, well, not make you, but the two of you together, you will see things and understand things that will change how you view life. The situation is in flux and surrounding conditions are changing. Stay alert, aware, and ready to respond to incoming dangers and opportunities. Some people are moving in and others are leaving. Again, a bit of the flexibility. So I don't know, but I get I get kind of a, not in the bad way, but like kind of an anxious feeling about it. Things will change a lot if you pursue this. And I think in a good way, it's just that once you know something, you can't unknow it. That's what the rebirth is, kind of thing. There's no going back. You can't unknow something once you know it. Um, that's the eternal struggle. People often try to not remember, to not. They try to pretend like they don't know. I think that's the girl that Aurora and Purple's talk about. Yeah, if this is her, then this is it. This is her. That's what I'm getting now with this with the person. I'm assuming that the M was Marie that you were talking about. And I don't just see this as just like someone like a hurricane that comes into your life, turns you upside down, everything's upside down, and then it's like, and then moves on. I don't see it that way. It's just that it's like when you have that aha moment, like, which I hope occasionally happens on this channel, when I say something in particular, and then the person goes, "Oh, yeah, now that makes sense." And I feel like this person or the two of you together will make sense of things together. Even if you don't stay together, your lives will be really changed after that. A lot of people have relationships and they aren't really changed by them. They just live together for a while, or they date for a while, but they haven't really, it hasn't changed their path much. So I think this is one of those relationships for you. If you choose, that's why the twos are there. If you choose to pursue this, and also it's not just your decision either. This could be her decision, and she might not make it right now. So even though all of this is here now, oh, that doesn't work. Hundreds of cards don't work. Even though all of this is here and three people have told you this, it doesn't mean it'll happen now. If she's not ready, it could be later in life. You understand? So don't feel disappointed if nothing happens. Yeah, I got a feeling this might not be right away. Nothing is, like I said, nothing's ever written in the stone. Unless you chisel it into the stone. But it could be, for example, the person's she's got a lot on her plate right now, and she's just not in a position to take any more. When it does that, because it always confuses me. Yeah, he thinks the cards are coming out in weird ways tonight. So yeah, I definitely think this is something that will happen. Just don't be disappointed, or don't allow yourself to be disappointed if it doesn't happen straight away. Okay, you got Queen of Hearts, truth about emotions. You got long-term relationships. You got the Four of Clubs, which lays down the foundations for it. So hey, Ghost, how you doing? Anything else you want to ask before I move on? Ah, Lia, és tu agora. Ou é você, não é? Como os brasileiros dizem, é você. Tu não, não existe. É você. Ok. Alright, entendi. Para mim é muito estranho estar a ouvir você. Você é muito formal. Yeah, well, yeah, with your parents being I think you said your parents were in France. Um, yeah, the French also used two. So I suppose that's not as foreign. But for me, it still sounds strange. Now I kind of got used to being in Ireland because of all the Brazilians, so I kind of just gotten used to it. To the point I was actually using it myself and going, "Oh, that sounds weird." Me saying that sounds strange. It's like it's just very strange. Me also using it. Right, let's get all these shuffled. So yeah, I think this is a great it's a great relationship. It just might not happen right away. That's the only thing, and don't be disappointed because I think this is one of those crossings that are meant to happen. Uh, the when doesn't matter. I mean, it matters because you want it to happen right now. But I would just say, just know that it is one of those meaningful things that's meant to happen, and that it happened in its own time or when it is. Hey, thank you for the follow. Let me just do this again. I've been forgetting to do this. Hello, how are you doing? Av, is that Amo or Ave Amo? Right, Leah. Did I not shout somebody out that I should have? I can't remember. I keep lately I've become so bad at this. Right, let me call up your message. I want to call up your messages on this side, so I've got them all together. Ave. I am. Oh, you need to stop changing your nickname all the time. How are you doing today? I'll call you A or Amo. That just sounds a bit strange though. Okay, the question is related to this. When did you change my PS 5 years? No, I'm just thinking. Do you have 100 accounts? Christ, that's why I said to you. I know you have. I know I've talked to you before. Why would you have 100 accounts? That's just insane to manage. I still only have one. Well, I actually have two. The bot. When the bot posts, that's an account as well. So he has a custom bot, custom name. Okay, so I just got to think of. Okay, the first thing I always address this point is that you're always on the right path because there is no wrong path. It's it's a human thing. Wrong path, right path. So there is no such thing. You're on the path. Just straight off the bat, you're on the path to for your soul to experience constant banning. So aren't you relieved you don't get banned here? You see, that's why I said things are a little bit different here. I mean, I can't take all the credit. It's just it's people. It's people that come here. So right. So let me just think. I'm thinking that fan spread, but I have to call it up and I have to look at it because that would possibly work quite well. It's a longer spread if people don't mind. Oh, we've got Captain Kels Buttercup and Big Austin. But I think that's the spread that would work better. If I return it to yeah, which is you just can't say you Bill because anybody could say they Bill. If you said you were, St. Elmo's Fire or something strange, then I'd remember. I'm trying to. I'm trying to remember your nickname before AI, the AI one. Actually, I think I've still got the private messages from you. All right. Anyway, I'm going to do this. Let me close up these windows. That one. I'm going to do. It takes a little bit longer, but I'm going to do this one because I need to. I need to practice that one. I've actually only done that one 2 or 3 times. I don't even think I gave this one to Manny. I don't think. Manny, did I give you the fan one? The fan spread. I just call it the fan spread because I haven't got a name for it. Oh, Manny might have gone to bed already. I forget. In the Netherlands, it's late. Yeah, but that's like a kind of a. I mean, I know you understand. Here's the story. I had a gun pulled on me on the day St. Elmo's Fire was released. I mean, the literal thing, or you're just making fun because I said St. Elmo's Fire? Now I can't concentrate until he answers. Because my current profession for the past 15 years is not really according to what I feel like I should be doing. Well, okay. There's a whole lot of things. Yes. That's what I was going to. I mean, you understand this, but like sometimes we just want people to tell us the same stuff over. I'm going to do the fan spread. It's basically it's kind of that's what it's called. Spans blah a fan spread because it is like a fan spread. And I haven't really found a lot of uses for it, but I think this will help quite a bit. Now, I'll have to move these cards. I'm going to use them anyway. But work isn't why we are down here. I mean, you know this, so I don't have to explain that to you. But we aren't here for a job or a career. We are here for the experience. So as long as your soul is experiencing the things that it wanted to experience, it doesn't really matter what you do. Now, having said that, let me look at my notes. Which way does this one go? This one's really... Okay, it goes up. This is one of those weird ones I came up with. Well, it's not that weird. It came up with in the early hours of the morning, and I closed the document, and I tried it on myself, and then I used it for Rose, actually, the other night. Okay. I don't have enough packs, so we're going to use 2 here. But this one, I like to have a lot of different packs to see which cards repeat. Okay, so this one we put away. I can't even see. Hold on, let me get all the cards out. Then I'll worry about. I try to follow the way I laid them out initially. That way. I feel like this one might still not be 100% developed yet. It's a good opportunity to practice. And then I need one more. All right, so now we've got all the cards there. Let me look at what it looks like on this board so I can put them all so they can be seen. Because I have to use my notes because I came up with the spread, but like I don't remember. I'm a little bit dyslexic and I don't remember things. And interesting, not a single repeated card. It's almost extraordinary on this show. It's almost unheard of. There's not a single repeated card that I can see. Is there? No. All right, so I'm going to quickly read what Ave has to say before My fiance and I went to St. Elmo's Fire Colonel at the Wright-Patterson Airport. Paul the garden saying there's never been a bastard child in my family. My girlfriend and I went to the movie, then to the police station. I then moved down to Tulsa and did brain research, tech job, oral. Okay, like I say to people, sometimes I just say stuff. I like I said, I don't literally talk, not yet anyway, not directly anyway. I just say stuff sometimes, like the St. Elmo's thing. It just came into my mind. I was thinking of something else, but it just came into my mind. I think the reference to it was just to bring the St. Elmo's the name out. But I was thinking of the actual movie that came out in the 80s, 90s. And that's how I got St. Elmo's for you, Ave. So it's interesting. Thank you for the backstory. I like to hear that. Well, I mean, not that somebody's had a gun to their head, but still, it's still interesting. Okay, so now I need to put my document back. I kind of remember more or less. All right, so but this one works differently. That's why it challenges me, and that's why I'm okay. That it works slightly different to what I normally do. That's the present, past, future. Then that's okay. This one's working out well because that one someone throws a span in the works. No, I need to change this because this spread I've got the spread the wrong way around because I almost always. I'm going to have a look because I think I'm going to fix the spread tonight because I've had this twice. I haven't practiced this one enough. So, all right. Basically, at the center of everything is this difficult change, but it's a change. Leah, it's for Leah. This is a change from a difficult past to a more positive, more what's the word? I wouldn't say gentle, but more moving from kind of a negative past to a more positive past. It's difficult to explain. But the card is at the center of everything. So there's either a change that has to happen or is already happening. Because you've got the two fives in the recent past, which indicates the fluctuations, moving on, in a way, shaking things up so you can move forward. So I think in the recent past, you've been going through some experiences that make you feel kind of emotionally. You see, we can't move. Like when we're very comfy and sitting down, and it's like, just going to relax here. You don't want to get up. So something's good, like somebody's got to light a fire under your ass to kind of get you moving. And I think that's already been happening, or is. But I mean, it's in the recent past. So I'm assuming that shake up, calling you to see. Both of these cards are relating to moving on, letting go of the past, putting behind you what doesn't work. So like you literally sit down and you analyze, okay, well, this is not working. Why am I still doing this? Maybe career-wise, maybe this is all literally just really. I mean, you've got most of the cards here are business orientated cards. I'm actually going to change this now because it doesn't work this way. Yeah, I know it's like me to change things midway, but it doesn't work because it doesn't work for me. So, okay, I'm going to change that right now because next time I'm not going to go through this again because this is the right way. And no, I can't, Ave, I can't tell you why. It just is that way. Since nobody knows yet, it's fine. No, it's just the way the order is wrong. These two are always swapped around, and it always creates great. I mean, the information still comes through, but it creates great And doing the spreads actually tell me when it's working and when it's not working. I usually have to just practice on myself. All right, so then heading into the future, we've got a lot of fives here. The fives are very personal. You've got every single five. You've got the five diamonds, five of hearts, five of spades, and five of clubs, which is a very physical based. The fives are the person. So you have two arms, two legs, the head. It's the five appendages. So they're very physical cards. In going into the future, the five of clubs is a very victorious card. It's like you literally making things work, being victorious. But then it goes into the six of diamond, which was give and take. So, which I think ties into your present. I should have probably started there. I'm jumping around a lot here. In your present, you got a movement from the past, which you already understand, laying down foundations for the future. So it's already in the present. It's already giving you good foundations, good plans, good and maybe moving. Hold on a second. The four. Have you? Let me look at my notes. Are you thinking of moving out to the country or possible for study education? Have you been thinking of moving out of the city or moving to more of like a rural setting? Because that I feel like that's a thing. I don't know. Back to your roots, maybe. I mean, that could be, but the four, the four is it's got many meanings, but it's usually like it's a desire. It's a desire coming to fruition. But it also represents. If so in this case, it could represent a desire to move to a more peaceful place, which is the sixth again, moving towards a place of peace. And it represents like a farm or the country or rural setting, somewhere tranquil, as opposed to like the four of diamonds would be the city, which for me, like I want to get the hell away from. Because the king of hearts is also about. So I have been working in a city 300 kilometers away from my birthplace. Now, for the past year, I moved back closer to my birthplace. It's a small village. Oh, okay, all right. That's the home. Yeah. Oh, this is your home. This is your home. That's why there's the king. The king of hearts is. The king of hearts is it's all about. Oh, that's a lot of emotion. It's all about the family. It doesn't matter, who's there or if they're blood relatives or not blood relatives. It's so the two together for me give me the sense of. For me, it's very emotional because I'm trying to go home as well, and it's a place I've never been to. So that's why I'm understanding it this way. So yeah, that's the foundations for your home. So that's good. Now I understand your challenge. That's why I'm saying these are the wrong way around. And for some reason, I think I did it myself on purpose. I put them there the way I would normally intuitively put them because I wanted to challenge myself, but it doesn't work. So I have to put it back. Yeah, home. It's home. This is the give and take. This represents moving home in the present. So those are the foundations that you're putting down. The challenge with all of this is for you not to do what I would do is go home and never leave. Yeah, yeah. And he has the benefit. When you make the decision, there's the movement. There's what you've just written. The Jack of Clubs is the change of everything. It's a very fast, very fast. I'm very excited for you to work from home. Now you know why the focus is so for me. He has become so focused on home. Um, the reward is a new home, is a new job, is a new life, is basically new everything. Um, I mean, not I suppose not everything, but it also indicates the moving, um, there's also there's a lot of sincerity with um, the jack of clubs. So I think this is the best thing that you can do. This is what you want to do. This is what you want to do. Um, Time of peace. I think you're going to work. Yes, that's what I say. Literally everything. This is what I've been saying is like the fives are very physical. The five of diamonds is a shake up card. It comes. The four of diamonds is when you are like, I'm so comfortable here, like everything's settled, like dotted all the t's, dotted all the t's, crossed all the t's, dotted all the i's, like all the paperwork's done. I can relax now, and then it becomes a comfort zone. Then the next step is the five, which comes and it shakes everything up, and you have fluctuating finances, fluctuating emotions, and it brings you to the point where you start thinking about what's important. So this is fantastic. That's why I wanted to use this one, and also because I wanted to. Oh, hang on, maybe just save. I don't think I've saved. I changed it, but I didn't save it because it doesn't make sense the other way around. Oh, oh, this is important. Um, don't make this move and become a hermit. Okay, I think you are like me. You want to move to the country and kind of ignore everybody, and just set up home and then like just not like never leave. And don't do that. That's your challenge. Your challenge is not to go there and kind of just evaporate from society and don't become the challenge is not to become a hermit. Is to enjoy the peace and quiet, but not to become a hermit. And that's my challenge as well, because I really just want to go somewhere and just not speak to anybody and not kind of see anybody. I got a feeling that you have some support though. So the financial side isn't a huge thing. Yeah. No, what? Okay, there's the wish card. I wouldn't even say. I wouldn't even because I want to be alone sometimes, but I feel. See, I never feel alone. I don't have a problem. It's like I don't really feel alone occasionally, but very seldom. So I could live if this is why I don't have money. I don't have money anymore because if I had the money, I would buy a house somewhere out in Campeche, somewhere on the hill, overlooking the ocean, overlooking the bay, and I would just kind of just not really speak to anybody. I might be online. I'd still be doing this probably, but like I would have no need. I have no need to speak to people. But that is a challenge as well. Not mine, yours. No, yeah, I'm just joking. Mine as well. I've forgotten what I was going to ask you, but the wish card came out. I would say that not to worry that much about the money because this is what you want to do. You'll find a way of making. It's got nothing to do with your business. I know it hasn't helped you at all. Nope, this is this is still about your family. It's about family. I don't know, but it'll work. I don't know if you can still see because I've got so many windows now open above. It will work. It's all hearts. It's all hearts. Okay, so this is about going home, and it's not it's not a home. It's like going to your family home. It's about home where it will be home for you and your partner. And even if your partner is no longer there after a while, it will still be home for you. It's all about the family. It's all about going home. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that one. I understand that one a lot. Trust me. That's where I am. Uh, Test of faith. Do you do what what your heart's desire, your soul's desire is, or you do what you fear? It's a huge one. That's what this is. The whole year. This whole year has been this for me. Yeah, but you're not alone. That's the thing. You're not actually alone. You have your family. It's a family situation. That's what I'm saying. You have the community to go there and do whatever it is that you want, to do next with your life. Interesting. I don't have a single seven for you here. I suppose it's just because it'd be so obvious that there's no sevens. There's not a single seven. So this is literally is all about you and about family. Look, there's the four again. Just go home. Plan it. Go. Be happy. Nope. It's the same cards. It's the same cards are coming out. The five, the kings, the security, the knowledge, and the shaker. So you have your answer. You will know. You might not know like the details. Like I have no details. What I can tell you is that this is all I know. Is that in January at some point, which is if we look at it in a maximum of 3 months, I'm supposed to be in Mexico or Central America or somewhere. I have no idea where. I've just decided Campeche because I think Campeche looks like geographically the area where what I've always seen could be. It's also geographically in the Maya region, which would make me happy. I've literally got 2 to 3 months to know what, and I don't know. I have no idea. I don't get any feeling. I will travel through South America once I move there, but I know it's not South America. But I don't know. That's why I say have the faith. Have the faith, and know that this this is what you wanted. This is what you wanted to do. Then I had to stop my university degree. Yeah, well, yeah, I know that one as well. I do understand that one. It fucking sucks, but it leads you to it leads you down a path. Whoa, excuse my phrase, my swearing. Hopefully this phone did not break. I can't put the phone here anymore because it buzzes against that receiver. Yeah, it still works for now. Phew, that woke me up if I was asleep. Ugh, crikey. Yeah, because remember, I mean, you know this. That's why I like your channel. You know this, so I don't really have to tell you, but I can remind you. Fear is a human thing. It doesn't. Why I've got everything upside down again? I always try and keep them straight because I don't read cards upside down. Then Manny gets very upset if all the cats are upside down. I always tease her because she always points it out. She can't bear to see the. She wants to see the pictures of the cats. Yeah. So the fear is a human-based thing. In the spirituality, soul, etc. There isn't that kind of fear because I'm not. I can't anyway because I'm fasting, so I can't have any alcohol. If there was a very nasty retort, who said it was Churchill or something? There was a very nasty retort to that one. I'll be sober in the morning. Yes, fear is important. Fear is the ego. Well, yes, in a literal physical. Did I shuffle everything? Never can remember. In a very literal physical, direct danger to the body, yes. But beyond that, it stops us from doing what we want to do. Well, yeah, but but at the same time, excessive amount of fear stops us from crossing the road. You see, so that's what we have to keep in check. And uh, it's a fear. Okay, we're all going to die. So I'm sorry, and I know I'm springing this all on all of you. We're all going to die, so it's not, you can't avoid it. It's not like it's not. It's like if you don't worry, if you worry about it, you're not going to die. You're still going to die. That's a guaranteed. So that's, for example, not wishing to die is a silly reason not to cross the road. It's very difficult for us as humans to accept that. But it's like think of this is why I'm trying to teach people more and more to think of the body as like a car. I mean, you look after it, you rust protect it, you wash it, you leather up if you got leather seats, you oil up the seats once a year. You look after it, you keep it clean, you keep it respectable, you give it good fuel. But at the end of the day, it's just a vehicle, and your body is just a vehicle for your soul. So the fear that comes with the body is not more important than what your soul wants to achieve. And if you are following the right path, somehow it will work. Yeah, I set myself up to fail. I think you may have done the same thing. I set myself up to fail. I set myself up to impossible task. But I've been writing about that. I set myself up to fail. The only way I could succeed was to fail. For there to be nothing left that I could do to make anything work. So that's I think that in part is part of your challenge as well. Anything else you want to ask? I'm going to go on to Captain. Captain, you're still there. I forgot she's in the Netherlands, so they're 2 hours ahead. My God, it's 1 hour ahead. 1:01. 12. I've been going very slowly today. I'd expect you to be asleep already by now, Captain. Actually, you should have said something because you're a subscriber. You should have been at the top of the queue, but they screwed with the queue, and now it doesn't work properly. It's like one. You can only tick one of the things. You're welcome, Leah. And dia sou capaz de passar por lá. You never know. It's a threat. I might come past. I've got a couple of people I want to go visit in South America. One's in Chile and one's in São Paulo. Two very good friends I made in Chile. In Dublin. Whatever the spread or question will give me some guidance for next week. You know, the first thing that came into my head, I need a spread for that. I should probably have some sort of spread for that. You know me, I'm very logical. I need to have something for the brain to to work on. Uh, no, I think the Lenormand for me is going to be more of a confirmation, unless I manage. You see, I don't know if I finished saying. I wanted what I want. I think the reason why I wanted to get it was for it to bypass the brain, because like these I kind of know already. I mean, I still look at my own definitions every now and again, just to see if there's something I've forgotten that I've written for the card. Where the Lenormand is very different. So I'm hoping in a way that it will trigger the impossible. It will trigger actually connection to the guides, because that's always been my big thing. I don't really talk to them. So, yeah, it that's why my spreads are sometimes very complex. Is so that the hyper brain's got so much to focus on that it's not thinking about. It's not thinking. Seven. Oh, that one. Oh, I have to open up a document for that. I wish I could remember these things. I literally wish I could remember the stuff that comes to me. I really don't. It's embarrassing sometimes to think like I've written the book and I still don't know half of the stuff. I don't remember it. That's the difference. Okay, Leah, you're going to bed already. Tão cedo. I'm not going to bed this time. It's ridiculous. Okay. Thank you for the raid, Leah. And if you stream again, I will definitely be there. I enjoy your tarot streams very much. Informação is also very good. Sorry, I'm gonna stop mixing the languages up. Sorry, but this is the language that comes naturally to me. Well, these two. Dutch, not so much. Right, so there was the 7. Just I'm thinking. I've also been thinking is that I actually need when I was setting them up, I actually need a combination. I need to come up with another crossing one, which is a combination of the two, because like the one's got information, good information on the 7, and the 5 has also got. I need to add, maybe even I might even combine them. I need an extra tail on the 7, maybe, but then the problem is it makes it a 9 card spread, as opposed to just being a 7 card spread. But they both have. Let's just go with that one. Gewoon wakker Nederlanders praten. Word vanzelf normaal. Is niet normaal voor mij. Is eigenlijk niet. Is mijn derde taal. We focus. This one goes 1, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And then we need 2 more. Actually, Manny would have enjoyed this one because she was actually trying this one for herself. So woord vanzelf normaal indeed. Nee, dit is niet normaal voor mij. Afrikaans/Dutch is my third language, so it's not. It never came easily. I studied it at school, but it wasn't sort of. It didn't come easily. Woord altyd vreemd. Let me focus. Let's look at these ones of the cards on the table, then it's done. Either this one is the 7 and the 8. always so disappointed when nothing repeats. I've gotten so used to it. It's almost like a cheeky thing. It's like, oh, how many cards are going to repeat? Like it's always this exciting thing, because they repeat, and then like when they don't repeat, like I'm actually literally disappointed because I'm so used to the cards just repeating. I may have it even on screen. Let me see, because I've got my notes over the screen. Yeah, so it's technically like a third language, where Spanish is like a fourth language. Um, but and the thing is, because of that, I literally never used it. I for decades I hardly used it ever. Um, just trying to remember, just sometimes just trying to remember vocabulary. Sentence structure it still stays with me, but trying to remember the vocabulary is very difficult. All right, so you. That is you. Internal challenge, reward. External challenge, rewards. Internal influences and external influences. All right, so wow, you've got 9 of spades then. But that means overcoming. I just realized something. When you practice Aikido, there are 3. He that throws, he that is thrown, and someone's spirit guide who must practice in order that a bad guy not be hurt in real life. So that the Aikidoist doesn't go to jail. I'm not sure that applies to me. He that throws, he that is thrown, and somebody's spirit guide who must practice in order that a bad guy not be hurt in real life. I was talking about. I don't know. I always talk about. I love the rhythm of 3. So there's almost 3s in everything when it comes to rhythm. I like 3s. So when it comes to like there's usually 3 cards, mostly because it works. With this, it works. And for me, I only have one spread that is it's 8 cards, I think, and I could not make it 7 or 9, so I eventually gave up. I just okay, fine. This one. This is going to be the. But they're all 3, 5, 7, or 9. I don't know. It just even numbers have a way of it forces it to not be on the fence and to understand a bit better. The spirits do more than guide your hands to pull a card. Yeah, yeah, I'd agree with that. That's why I remind people they're called guides. They're not bankers or warriors. They are there to guide. Like if you go to a national park and there's a guide there, he doesn't carry you to the park. He simply says, "Yeah, don't go down there. There's bears." Just don't take that one. Today they're mating over there, so if you interrupt them, they're going to get angry. All right, so you at the center, you've got the 7 of Hearts, which is for me today it's coming out as the courage to dream. So in other words, having these ideas, these. Oh, what was your original question? Let me scroll up. It was advice for the next week. Yeah. So it's not really that far out of the usual. So literally, you either you feel the way or you should feel the way that you have the ability to make your dreams come true. And not because they're flights of fancy, but because you have planned. You have plans and you have the ability to make them, to manifest them. And here's the challenge. Yeah, the challenges cards. That one's the internal challenge. As an internal challenge is the, I would say that it's the leap of faith. It's the challenge is grabbing the opportunities. It's like being in this case it's the what the twos used to come up with, because it's as a challenge. It's like you've got these exciting new opportunities, but that's your challenge. The challenge is the exciting new opportunity. It's, yeah, in a way, but it's not so much in a way like before. It's more of like, I think I would say almost like not being afraid of them. Yeah, okay, you just said that. I am scared of them. That's the challenge. So now you see what's happening is now we are nearing the goalpost. It's like, oh my god, I can see it. It's like maybe I just take a detour, go off into the bush, and just like, go look for, I don't know, wood pigeons, anything. Just because, and I think that's because it's going to bring a great sense of achievement and reward, and it's three of hearts. So this we're talking about. Kind of a community as well. So, and there's the external challenge is in a way letting go of the past, give and take, a lot to do with emotions. So your goals are linked a lot to your currently to your emotions. I don't know why there's kind of a strange spread for the week ahead, a bit more in depth than. But anyway, so reading it literally just for the week ahead, I would say that there's the week ahead. If you grab the opportunities, it's going to lead to an evolution of the idea or the relationships with the people that you will be discussing it with. Like maybe there's a breakthrough on the blockchain thing that you have a discussion with a friend of yours. The complaint that people have about Aikido is that it is rehearsed. In real life, fight your opponent in mind control to move the way you and your guides practice. I need some solid grounding. Then, as an external challenge, actually, I'm going to close the queue. It's time. Those of you got in, you got in, because I'm now. I've realised that it's time. Besides, it's already almost 12, but the time has come to close it. There's been some long, in-depth readings. Okay, so as an external challenge, and then the reward. Interesting, the reward is showing up as a wish denied card. For me, the reward is thus inverted. Just like for me, this would be thus inverted. The external, the six of hearts is in a way a give and take. It's also I would say it represents a secure. I don't know if community is the right way. Not really community, but like a secure place to achieve these things so that you don't deny your own wish. Yes. Now, a lot of us have this thing, and it's not a thing. Like nobody, it's not really like they have syndromes for everything. No, it actually. I don't know if by now they've written into the psychology books, but it's not something like that. They talk about the self-esteem, blah 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 blah, but no one ever talks about the fear of success, and that it's not. Maybe I should actually write about that one day, since I know it so well. I should probably write about it. It's a real thing. It genuinely is a real thing, but because it's deemed as stupid, like who would be afraid of succeeding? Well, half of the population, thereabouts. There's a because like I mean, well, you understand it, so I mean, I don't really need to explain it. Yeah, so the fear of success is so that's the thing. So the you've got to move on from that fear so that you don't deny yourself. That's why it as a reward this is inverted. Yeah, look, I tend to think a little bit differently on that, but I want to focus on the reading, so I'm not going to get into those philosophical discussions while I'm on the reading. Um, so then we've got it's an internal influence. Again, I think this is an overly complex spread for just a week for the, process of. No, you're welcome. I'm just saying I just prefer not to, so that I don't get my. I'm talking to Ave. That I don't get my thought patterns mixed in. Mixed into my brain's interpretation of things as opposed to, uh, what I should be saying. And it's very easy. Trust me, it's very easy for me. I'm hyperactive. Right? It's very easy for me to do both at the same time sometimes. Right. So, as an internal influence, you've got basically a success card. You've got having put down the foundations, having this was like the card that came out for Leah. It's a great card. It's the dreams and desires coming true. So as an internal influence, yeah. And again, I don't think this is just for the week. I think this is actually just addressing more of your state of mind as opposed to just the week. I mean, maybe by next week in the week's time it will have changed. So your internal influences is that you kind of know that you've done the groundwork. You know that you can achieve these things. They're not the courage to dream in the center is propped by the fact that it's not just castles in the sky. Then on the external influences is pretty much a success card. Nine diamonds. It's like an entrepreneurial type of. I haven't checked on YouTube for ages. I don't know if there's anybody on there. No, we've literally had very few people watching tonight, but nobody's left a comment, so I'm off the hook on that one. Excuse me. I don't know. It just the Nine of Diamonds. If we're looking at just really in terms of a week, it's just really a successful card. None of the in other words, I would say that your external influence will come to remind you of the success that you have that you're able to to achieve to manifest. Get the rest of the responsibilities done. Oh, and I've got water and everything. That's how the cards are getting all. I put ice in there. Now I'm trying to avoid the things that are on the floor. So that's how the cards are getting all marked. Yes, I think overall it's really just yeah. Until the studies are no longer valid. Just because we start to study something again, like I've said to you in the past, Um, just because you decide to study something doesn't mean that you are now stuck with it forever and ever and ever and ever, and you can't ever change. Uh, I would advise anybody who gets to a point that they no longer they really can't bear what they are studying to change. The problem is that when we get to that point, we go like, maybe I'm just bored. Maybe it's just I just need to take a little break or something. The key there is to actually get to understand whether we are done with it or it's just a lot of hard. It's not a focus. I couldn't see because I had my notes over OBS. It's very, very difficult at that point because we're going like, am I just bored with this for now, or am I literally this is done and I don't want to do this anymore? It's very, very difficult when you're stuck in that place. Yeah, no, I get the feeling that you are enjoying it. Maybe you're also expecting too much. That's why I'm looking at the cards. That you're kind of expecting more than you really sort of I hate to say the word should be expecting, but maybe you just kind of dead onto the pain makes it. And you could be doing already what you need to be doing. So the rest is a bit more of over expectation. I do as well. I mean, so I understand. I don't. I mean, I snigger and I laugh because I understand. But it sometimes we done. This has been my struggle now lately. Is that I did everything humanly possible and even spiritually possible to make things succeed, to make things happen, to avoid the inevitable, the impossible challenge, like I've been talking about. And I did everything, and it still didn't work. And now I'm still sitting and I'm thinking, I'm kind of resisting the urge to go right back onto the treadmill because there was a lesson to be learned there. So I want to learn it. Expecting a lot from yourself is good up to a point, and then it goes full circle. It becomes counterproductive. You actually start underachieving. And okay, let me just see. There's only a couple of people. There is Buttercup next, then it's Big Austin, and then it's you. I'm actually going to try and speed things up a little bit. What I want to say, Captain, is you're aiming for 4 points and etc. When ultimately all you need to do is just pass. So if you look at it in that simple, if you look in that simple perspective, it's like it's an assignment. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be passed. I mean, at worst, obviously not at best. If you like I always say, if you don't aim for the top, how can you expect to get it? But I don't know. My perspective has changed on many things these days. Yeah. So, like, ultimately, right now, all you really need to do is just get through the assignment, and better, pass and better, not 100% or it's worthless. Because I don't think many people ever get 100% on anything, unless it's a very exacting thing and it's like code, and if it's perfectly coded, then it's 100%. Good, because you are next. Buttercup. So you can start typing your question. Yes, I think that's the main gist of it is, don't be afraid of the fiery opportunities. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? The roof will catch fire. The neighborhood will go up in flames. Damn, it's like, if that's the worst, well, then you already know. Okay, the roof can catch fire. I haven't seen They See Me Baking for a while as well. What's coming next for me and my person for the rest of the year? Okay. Yeah, I'm not but that's the one phrase I always find my mind finds it weird when people say, "What's coming next?" Like, I don't know. It's a question I've seen other people asking on other channels, but for me, it's always a question that kind of, I don't know. I don't ever quite understand it because I don't know what it's saying. No, it's not about that. It's I don't quite understand. I don't really understand it. It's like vague because it says what's coming next. Well, tomorrow you will wake up. That's my logical mind. That's the way it thinks. No problem, Captain. I'm going to finish the readings and then I'm also going to head off. Oh, you're in the, oh, okay. Oh, all right. Did we not have it? I think we had a similar reading like that, like this. Okay, literally is it's there's through transformation you can have a reunion. You can literally. I mean, that's literally the cards. Is um this is like a return, like a reunion. The negative joker is with great transformation, and that's the passion. That's for the rest of the year. I would certainly hope so, because there's an opportunity here for, and it's not, because I often say to people, just because you can get back together doesn't mean you should. But in this case, I think, like, if you could get back together again, I feel like it would be the transformation needs to happen. But I feel like it would be for it would be a mutually good thing for the two of you if you could resume this. Got the five of hearts again. And the five of diamonds. Hmm. Why do I feel like the worst part about this situation is lack of communication? Literal communication. I mean, okay, I know you're not contacting each other. There was miscommunication. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, other than the fact that you're obviously not talking, I mean, that in itself is like a dead giveaway that there's a lack of communication. But I'm saying just literally is the communication. Communication was the issue for all of it. But it ended a cycle. The good thing about it is whatever it was that happened uh, uh, ends with a cycle and then goes back again to reunion. So I think if you can learn, okay, the question was, will he contact you this year? I'm seeing it as yes. Maybe not like immediately, like this very minute by tomorrow morning, but I feel like the opportunity is there. It is the five of hearts twice. The five of hearts is marriage, reunion, returning to the situation in a very physical way. Yeah, you got the full Joker again. Again, like, at no time do I get the idea that, like, okay, you're just wasting your time. Just because you can get back together, you shouldn't. I don't get that feeling. I get that there's a possibility. Yeah, but but if you want this to work, and I'm not being facetious, I'm saying, but if you want it to work, this is what needs work, is the communications. And by communications, I think it literally means verbal, um, like literally communicating, not just like, oh, you don't understand me, like literally, like finding a common language that the two of you understand. Because I always say there's, you have a language, the person you go out with has a language, and then together you develop your own language for the relationship in a way. And I think maybe that is what needs work on. And that's why you've got the ending of the situation. You've got the two negative jokers, which is being like the fool, having a leap of faith, um, and the transformation. We got three cards here. The fool, the negative joker, is the end of a situation, but it's not at the end of the situation of the overall overarching picture. It's the end of this phase of your relationship has come to an end. Now it can go forward on something new. I would say that. I would definitely say that. I would definitely get together physically, and I'm not talking about sex. I mean, if it works, it works. But I don't know. My what keeps coming into mind is literally communicating, like saying, "How are you doing?" "Oh, no, I'm fine." No, like, "How are you doing? What did you do this morning? What did you have for lunch? Um, what did you think of last night? What was your first thought this morning?" Actual talking, because people talk past each other. They like, it's like, have this, like, say, people don't say they love each other because they, well, they know. Well, how would they know? Because they just know. Like, how would they know? Have you said so? No, they know. So, well, how do they know? You understand what I'm getting at? This is a very physical communication. People know when they are loved because people, you feel the energy. But in this situation, I feel like it's all literally about the missing. Actually, you know what? I want to do something quickly. Hold on, I didn't even advance the queue. Big Austin, you still there? You will be next. I'm just going to do one. I just feel like this is important. I'm curious what pops out. Oh, where are you all going? I need another spread. I should know this one off by heart, but I still have my crutches. Where's it gone? Oh, there. Excuse me. um, you just made a new account. Why? Took him more time than expected. He's determined to drive me nuts. Okay, so that can go. Hold on. That can also be closed. Let me close that. I've now lost the window I had open. There we go. I just want to do this quickly, and then I'll move on to Big Austin if Big Austin's there. I just want to. I'm just curious about this. It's going well so far. So far I'm getting the answer. That then okay. Let me focus on that. Which way do I normally go? This way, that way. All right, now we're going to see something. Meditate on account names and World of Warcraft character names is in practice. Yeah, but why do you keep creating new accounts? Akitaro. Aki- I can sort of relate to that. I mean, now at the moment, I don't have many pairs of shoes because they're still in fucking storage after 4 years. I'm so tired of being a gypsy and living out of a suitcase. And literally, yeah, well, I have 2 pairs of shoes I bought just for work because I ruined my nice suede sneakers that I had for many years at work, and eventually I bought these pairs, which were quite cheap. So I actually use those now to go out. The one pair is less, but not as good as the other pair. So I literally wear them all the time. So when I immigrate, I'll either give them away or throw them away and keep the other pair. But now my nice pair's been ruined with work. All right, so I'm quickly just looking at this one. I don't think Big Austin's here. We can ring the bell. Okay, so we've got as representing the relationship. We've got the positive joker. We've got the magician. So that for me is a good omen for the relationship. On sexual level, of course, we've got wish denied because you're not getting any. So wish denied there. Not fun at all. Emotional. It's interesting. You've got 7 of diamonds. 7 of diamonds is good progress. Or also, the sevens for me are always spiritual cards. So kind of a connection there. I know his name is here, but yeah, I've called him twice. He hasn't answered. He's next. I'm trying to speed things up a little bit because I'm getting very tired. You will then be next. Then on the intellectual side, which is the communications, you've got the Ace of Spades. Which Ace of Spades is the hard new beginning. This is why I wanted to check. Then on spiritual side, you're also moving forward into a more positive positive space. So that's why I wanted to see the kind of the confirmation there on the communications to see if I was on the right path. So I do think you should spend more time together. Yeah, let me just close that. Yeah, it's Big Austin, then it's you. If Big Austin's not here, what I'll do is I'll go on to you. And then if you're still not here when I'm done, then I'm going. I'm going to bed. Yeah. Oh, there you go. And I know how my follow-up discussion will go with my boss. Oh, there was the you taking over his position when he retires. Okay, let me go back to the browser, Twitch. Interesting. There've been a couple of people that popped onto the YouTube stream, but nobody's left a message. Interesting. Oh well. You're welcome. It's kind of a difficult situation because it's like, how do you fix it? But I think literally in this case, I think the potential is still there. It's just that the cycle has ended. So now you've got to start the new cycle. And I think you can do that with the talking, the literal talking. And again, this is what comes to mind. It's not the deep, like, seeded, philosophical, like eternal love professor. No, it's literally just talking. Literally, like all the gurus, that the relationships that they teach you. Like, ask questions about the person. The reason why you do that is because if you ask the questions and you're genuinely interested, it creates that connection, which is what you want to get back to. So you literally ask like literal questions, and if he says like, that's a silly question, I said, well, I just wanted to know what your morning was like. Then it makes the person feel appreciated. So like, what was the first thing you thought about this morning? Okay, maybe not that one, because maybe he's going to think, oh, he needs to say, I was thinking about you, dear. But stuff like that, like, what was your first thought this morning, or just stuff like that. And then then you get the person to talk about themselves. You look like a hero. No, I'm just kidding. But it literally does work like that, because then there's that. It's like we're not just talking, because some people say, but I'm so tired, I keep talking about the same thing. Yeah, you're talking about the same thing over and over. Stop, because it's not working. Talk about something different. And the way you can do that is by like just asking what the person's day was like. And the person probably won't even remember. That's the sad part. But if you ask, they might remember. Say, "Oh wait, I remember. I was waiting in line to get a Starbucks coffee, which you shouldn't because it's too expensive and it's crap." Having said that, I've never had any, but it's too expensive. And I saw a daffodil on the pavement or something, and it just sparks a conversation. And that's what people are missing a lot in life, is just sometimes that simple conversation where it's like, hey, I see you. You're a human being. You're right here. And like, you matter to me. And that's what that small talk, which isn't small talk, it's just, acknowledging a person's life. And people need that. People need that so badly, that they deny, it feels like a weakness. So people just deny it. No, I don't need that. It's like, no, I don't need that. I'm fine. But it's just like small things like that can make a huge difference in relationships and in people's lives. Right, where's my cue gone? I've got so many windows open. Okay, that can be closed. I keep trying to close the windows. It's like I'm doing like whack-a-mole with windows coming up. No, wait a minute. I do have duplicate. Why do I have duplicated windows? I thought I saw something popping up. I literally have 2 duplicate windows of my normal browser windows. I don't know how that happened. Okay, that can be deleted. Right, that should. Them hit with an extra long. Yeah, because the ads pay so well, don't they? Actually, I suppose I can't complain too much. I mean, it still brings in a bit of income every month. It's not a lot. Yeah. Well, I mean, whether you want it to be over or not, it is over. So that phase is over. That's why you're not together. So now you're working on the next stage. Yeah. But part of the clue there is not to, a lot of people kind of sit back and they think, oh, well, this phase is over. So now all I have to do is sit around and wait for the next phase. No, you have to work on the next phase, I have to type. I am very far from the keyboard today for some reason. Oh. I have to try to get to the whole. Oh, wait, I closed the. Oh. I closed the queue. This is true. Thank you for reminding me, because I need to somehow find a way of automating it so I don't have to click their images on and off. Thank you for reminding me. Nobody pays any attention to this anyway. It's like, is the queue open? Sometimes it's wrong anyway, so I can't be too sarcastic with people, because sometimes like I'm doing readings and it's still saying that it's closed. So there's that. All right, Big Austin, what's your question? I know you put a smiley face in there, but that's not really a question. I'm definitely getting a headache today. I don't know why. I don't think I did drink enough, but I've drunk a lot. For me, I only get headaches if I'm dehydrated. I mean, I had enough water, and I peed so much. I'm going, where did all that come from? I mean, I'm kind of fasting, so like there technically shouldn't be that much water coming through. Can I follow up? Oh, hold on. I misunderstood. I thought you had already had. Oh, I thought I read the question, and I thought you had said you already know the outcome now, so you wanted to ask something different. That's how I understood. Sorry, I misunderstood. So you got a follow up. Okay, there's a follow up discussion on what you discussed last week about you taking over his position. Why is there a follow up discussion? This sounds very serious, very technical. think it was that one. It actually reminds me. There's a people have a way of shuffling that makes the cards jump out, and I can't figure that one out. I've seen people doing it, but I can't see how they're doing it. I wanted to practice that, just for kicks. The people have a specifically way of shuffling that encourages the cards to jump out. Now, like for me, that what it does is it just literally flips. Like I'm shuffling, and it literally goes like this and like this, and I usually see the card, then I know which card it is, and I pull it out. If I get to see it, if it flashes quickly enough that I can see it. Normally it just folds back into the pack. I don't get to see which was the one that flipped over and went back in. I have a theory. Excuse me. He said, do research. Go do research. Like, I hope he at least gave you an idea of what to research. Oh, okay. I think this is literally a genuine thing. Um, he's genuinely uh, would like you to take over his position, or at least he has a genuine. I would say like almost like a paternal type of like almost like a paternal type of relationship where he would like you to have his opportunities. There's a lot of parts here. I mean, the two sixes. We've got a give and take, which I'm assuming is information, really. There's a give and take, between you and him, where I think his goal is to mold you into the position. For me, I kind of rebel against that idea because, like, if everybody's going to mold me is going to be me, not somebody else. Yeah, it's like he was, which I would advise immediately is just be careful. Don't become what he wants you to become. Become what you want to become. I mean, allow him to help shape who you will become in this career, because of his knowledge, because of his. I'm assuming he's quite a bit older, or at least more experienced, and he can open doors for you at a young age. When I first started, he asked me if I wanted to take the position or join the team for them. To take his position. I'm not sure I understood. When I first started, he asked me if I wanted to take the position or join the team for that. I'm not sure I understand. Either way, I feel like this. I mean, it's almost like he sees you like a son that he wants to help. He may not have the best ideas for you as a person. So that's the only thing I'm thinking is, don't just, if he says jump, don't ask just how high. Ask why, so you can understand why he wants you to do something, and then you can make that decision for yourself. As you are learning from him, he's trying to mold you into the situation. You you learn the information, but you don't necessarily just become what he wants you to be, even though it's with good intentions. I just realized using regular playing cards at work allows you and your guides to not have you look like an occult practitioner. Yeah, no, I've told a lot of people, kids just get an old pack of cards, because like parents and things, they go, oh, you need tarot. So I said, just get a normal pair playing cards. If anybody says, oh, I'm just doing patience. And they go, oh, he's such a good little child. Yeah, that's one of the things. But that's where this came from. I actually want to do a little bit more research for the course I'd like to put out, because it's become like a curiosity now of myself. I want to try and see if I can really research deeper. I want to find out. First of all, there's a lot of numerology in it in terms of seasons and all of that. Yeah, I'm kind of like his personal assistant now in my current role. Yeah, so I think he's genuinely genuine about this. He's not. He's not. I don't feel like he's not. It's not like he's just trying to like butter you up to get you to to do things for him. I think he's genuinely is interested in handing over his position to you, and for some reason he's become fond of you. The question now is this really what you want though? Because don't look at it as the steam of the I mean, there is a certain seduction in being young and getting into that position from a fairly young. Hey, Luke Skywalker, hello. Thank you for the follow. And so there's a certain seduction in being a young man and having that opportunity. But just make sure that it's the dark side. There's no dark side. There's just one side. It's how you interpret intent. So going back to that. Well, I don't know. I guess it would be a good question to ask the cards. Well, no, it would be a good question to ask yourself. Because sometimes we just get seduced. Like if I think about psychology, I think, oh, it'd be so great to have those little numbers, those little letters behind my name. And I'm going, and then I think, why? Why would I want to? I mean, I've spent the last 30 crikey, 36, 37, 38 years studying psychology. It's like, why would I now want to go back to study it just to get a degree? That was my point. Is it's easy to get seduced by the idea of it, but life is about living. Life is about being happy. I think I did do that, and it seemed like it's a good fit. But just because it's a good fit, like I studied architecture, I was a great architect. I just don't want to do it anymore. I never wanted to. I mean, I would do my own house, or maybe for a friend or something. But I don't want to be back in that profession ever. Okay, this one keeps wanting to come out, so let's fall out. I think as a career, I think I think you are suited to it. I think it would bring you a sense of satisfaction. For me, it's just difficult because I no longer look at life as careers. I look at life as for what it is. So for me, it's become very difficult for me to look at life as a career. No, I do think this is a good career for you as a career. I just don't. I've never really looked at life as careers. That's why I try to guide people to go do what makes them happy. Yes, that's another way to look at it as well. But as I've also said to you many times, do it in tandem. Do the parallel. Continue to run the two, so it's not suddenly like so you end up for 30 years doing this, and then eventually I'm fucking tired. I'm not doing the other one anymore. It's like I just want to retire. I've made enough money. I don't care. Do them together. Do them together, and then at some point you might be able to just jump from one to the other and go, okay, there's not enough money to keep me in this career anymore. This is what I really want to do now. But then I would also advise that you save, that you create. You see, there's no point in going into this career if you don't do something with that money, with that, with the reward from it. Luke, sorry, my queue is already closed. It's already 12:30, and I've still got 2 more readings to do, and I'm very tired. And it's not just because I'm tired; it's just because I can't. It becomes very difficult to really focus. Because this thing, well, AU is also gold. I don't know how you got to Sting. You have a very unusual way of looking at patterns. Yeah, I will save and make it easier. Yeah, so that's the point. If you're going to pursue any kind of career because of the wealth, then use that to enjoy the rest of your life. In other words, yeah, that's why when you said the AU equals Sting, I said the AU's gold. Is it got a golden sting? um, I'll be back, says. I'll be back. Well, I should be streaming tomorrow, so you're welcome to. But like, this is my time. This is my time at night. So, well, the almighty dollar is plunging to zero. So I've warned you about that. Take my advice on that. You've already seen what's happened between the currencies. Well, that doesn't even show you what's actually happening. Whoever holds a 6 and a 7 would be winning in this hand. Yeah, everybody looks at it as poker. Gold epidermis is camo. Movie The Outsiders. Remember the gold pony boy? No, I don't watch movies. I hardly watch movies. All right, big horses. Anything else you want to ask? I've still got to do you use reading and now Akitera. It's actually not a bad name for a channel. Akitera. It sounds very like totally spiritual. Oh, I'm getting very tired. So we need to move along. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, like I said, there's a reason and a purpose for everything. But just having a career, at the end of the day, like, you can't take it with you, as they say. Literally, what you can take with you is the experience of life. So if you trade off a bit of youth to enable you to go into a different, more spiritual path later, that's okay. That's just what I find is most people get stuck into it, and they go, like, they get a bigger house and they get a bigger car and they get bigger holidays and they get a bigger expense account, and eventually they can never retire, because while they are earning 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 or 100 times what they were earning when they started out, they were in exactly the same place. They are just in more luxurious surroundings. So that's the only thing I would say to you is, if you've got a bigger plan, then keep your life simple. Keep your expenses down. All right, you. I need to move on because I'm getting very tired. I can have a chat and a conversation, but I'm getting very, very, very tired now. So I cannot be dragging this out much more. When I started doing this, hold on, why am I? Scroll down. Oh, there you go. Nicola, you use messages. When I first started doing this online, I used to go for much longer, but now it's the way I'm doing things is not as light as it was before. I would like to ask 2 yes or no questions. That'll be twice the price. But I don't need a lot of clarification other than a yes or no. I'm just wondering if it will be a big deal for him or nothing. that I should worry about. Okay. I'm not sure what the question is. Okay, let me read it again. I would like to ask 2 yes or no questions. It's vague and I don't need a lot of clarification other than a yes or no. I'm wondering if it would be a big deal for him or nothing that I should worry about. Okay, I'm not sure of the question because that seems like one long question. No, I don't mind the vagueness. I'm trying to understand. It's a yes or no. I'm wondering if it will be a big deal for him or nothing that I should worry about. Oh, okay. So, yeah. I understand. Well, sometimes we call him you. We call you. Yeah, it's all great as good's fault. You. And then we all started. All right, so, um, okay, so basically, if okay, so it appears to be a big deal. I mean, how big a big deal, I don't know. And then let's see. There was a second if and if you should tell them about the second option. Okay, so yes or no on the second option. Okay, we've got an absolute no on the second option. I don't know what it was. Were we getting a like a and like the wish denied? Nay. There's it is whatever the second option was. It's a no. It's a big fat no. Why I don't know. Does that help? Just a bit of clarification. It's not. It's a big deal, but not necessarily in a negative way. Yeah, the second option is like wish tonight card. I mean that is a positive card, but all the cards are. I mean, you wanted the yes or no answer, so that's entirely black. So the answer is no. Um, for whatever reason, maybe the timing or it's just not a particularly good option. But on the first question was whether it would be a big deal. I think it's a big deal, but not in a negative way. So it's not like, oh my god, you killed somebody with an axe. More like, oh shit, this. I might need to do more thinking about this. Need to make a decision. So it's a big deal in the sense I think it requires a decision of some sort. He has to travel with a train to me, and then he has to wait an hour to go where we want. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. It is a big, but it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not a negative thing. It's just um, it's difficult. Well, no, it's a choice he makes. It's a choice he makes. Um, and once he's made it, it'll be fine. See, the ace of hearts, passion, good plans, dreams coming true, but making a decision. Maybe it's a decision after the fact, or maybe it's just because this is at the end of the spread. So I would say maybe it's a big deal because he has to make a decision based on feelings, because of coming all the way out to meet you. I vaguely remember what we've talked about. Yeah, so I hope that helps. I would offer to probe more, but really my brain is not there. I'm literally getting very tired. It's so weird. Like I mean, I've done this for 20 years, but now I'm doing things on a completely different level, and it really does make me tired. And it gets to a point where I have to remember to actually close the queue early, because otherwise, then I don't. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. See, on the second answer, there's a transition to more harmony from a difficult situation, putting aside what no longer works and moving forward. So, but whatever the second option was, I don't think it's a good option. I'm assuming the option would be that you cancel. I'm assuming that was the option, was that you just cancel it so it's not inconvenient for him. All right. Good night. You. And well, I should be on tomorrow. So might see you guys tomorrow, whoever turns up. Right. Bill. I'm going to call you St. Elmo's. Or Elmo! Like the puppet. Now you're going to tell me there's a story about Elmo as well. It was quite strange about St. Elmo's fire. I don't know, it just popped into my head. That's why I'm saying I don't know. I don't really talk to people. I mean, to spirits, not yet. This is the thing I have to learn to do. Specifically for one important person who's now deceased. But it's always interesting when just strange things pop into my mind. I just say them, and that's why I just often just say them. Then somebody will say, "Oh, that's funny because blah 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 blah." Bill, are you still there? Akitaro, don't do this to me. I am very tired. Waiting is not an option anymore. I've seen St. Elmo's fire on a Colorado mountain. I suppose if you think about it, it's not that much of a. It's not such a big coincidence. It's just that I'm not American. I've never been there. I only know the name through the movie. It had the brat, what they called the Brat Pack. Will I go back together with my ex-wife? I don't know. For some reason, I want to. I mean, use kitty cat cards. This is not going to be an easy answer. Yeah, same card came out. Even with the shuffling. And I didn't ask the question properly. I don't know, the impression was, I don't know which side, but there's a bit of manipulation, a bit of either by you or by her or by both. In other words, a need to come clean almost, a need to be honest about things. You need to put a need to put something behind, like a past, like a something, whatever has happened. Here's the ten of diamonds again. um, I mean, there's a genuine sincerity about this. I mean, there's a genuine sincerity about 43 is DC. Oh, the cards. DC came in the way of our marriage. I don't know. Yeah, it's almost like it's impossible. It's not that the desire there isn't a desire for it, but for some reason it's impossible. I don't know. That's just a feeling I'm getting. Well, technically nothing's impossible. Did you get the part where I said it feels like in that it's not that there's a lack of desire to be together again, but why does it feel impossible? And I'm not saying like, well, she's dead and you're not, so it's like, you'd have to be in spirit only. I don't think it's that kind of situation. It just feels like, why does it feel like it's impossible? It's not. It's not impossible. She's 15 years older than me. 15. Where do you get 51 from? We were out together by the government. Where do you get 51 from? For the 15 and the 51? I mean, I mean, I know the difference in age, but where did you get the? Why does 51 invert as 15? Five before one before five. But where are you seeing that from? It's not. It's not. I don't see that in the cards. I don't see that. I don't see that the numerology. But again, I'm a bit dyslexic when it comes to numbers. 5 before 1. 1 before 5. I don't know. That's too cryptic for me to understand. I kind of just feel squid sauce. I do. And no, the queue's closed. This is the last reading, and then I'm going to bed. um, everything has a season. The point is working simultaneously. Oh, it's very possible. That's why I would like to. I want to start learning to talk to some of them, because it is helpful. I've always kind of just not really had any communications with him. But I'm at the point where this is what I need to do. And I need, it's not just for me, it's for my guide as well. Okay, this is a hard question. Is she still alive? I'm not really getting very any answers I really can. Answers I can really understand. By the way, that advice of not slowing down for people. Yeah, good. Look, sometimes look at on the other flip side is that we are sometimes are too hyper, and to be more spiritual and more grounded and all of that kind of stuff. That's what I hate about the plastic cards. They just slither all over the place. Being hyper all the time is also not great. But I know for sure the USA government guides set me up with them. No, I mean, it's very possible. I'm not sure I'm understanding half of it. That's why, again, the feeling that I had a little while ago was that it's impossible, but it's not actually impossible. But there's a there's a feeling that it's impossible. Um, okay, this begs the question: why don't you have communications then? If this is something that you desire to have again, to have, even if it's just friendship, if you have, okay, why don't you? Because I think that starting point might lead you to the answer. Like, why don't you? And I mean, you don't have to tell me. I'm just saying. I'm just simply putting into your head, like, what is actually stopping you? Like, is it like an actual reality, an actual obstacle, like like a real life thing? Like, for example, if you haven't got legs, you can't run. I mean, I suppose you could get prosthetics, but it's, but you know what I'm saying. If it's like an actual reason why, um, then one can understand. But sometimes there isn't. Sometimes there is just a perception of. Also, a lot of trippy stuff happened. I was censoring myself. Is I'm trying to remember what we talk about. I can't quite remember. A lot of doors open up and getting a lot of data downloads. No, it makes sense. um, it does make sense. That's where kind of the hyperactive mind can get in the way, and it can also help because the more active a mind can process a lot more data, a lot more information, but it can also get in the way. I'm very eccentric, rogue government spirit guides. But then that's kind of your answer. If you feel that way, then that's your answer. That's why you're not together. Uh, so that becomes wishful thinking. But technically, I mean, just going purely on what you say, they could do it anyway. So why haven't they? Okay, that's why I'm asking you for you to investigate. We get a very similar, just a very similar wish denied card. I'm not sure I understand, because I don't understand the full dynamics of it, but there's definitely there's a choice. There's a choice that is. There's a choice that has led to this wish denied. So it's whatever path or choices have been made by assuming by you and her have led to this self-denial. And that has become the reality. I'm trying to figure out whether it is just wishful thinking, or if it is just literally not an obstacle. It's just thought of as an obstacle. Okay, now you see, now we're getting down to emotions. I feel like in many ways you have chosen this in a way, out of a gallant kind of thing, to protect her, perhaps. So you're staying apart to protect each other. But ultimately, if you want to be together, it's a mutual thing, and it's a mutual understanding, and both understand the risk. Is it not better just to take the risk? Sorry, I wasn't reading what you were saying, Squid Source. I don't know what you're dealing with, but I believe that you are mega powerful and you can only be tricked to doubt yourself. Yeah, no, I also believe that. A vibe with the inverted color cards. Yeah, I bought it because they look kind of dramatic. At first, I'd be very. I was concerned that it would be difficult for me to do like the black and white, the yes or no things. But I don't know. It just hasn't been that difficult. But I don't use them all the time, because I don't want to make. I don't want to make myself even more tired. But they really are. They're quite nice and dramatic. They've got the equivalent, which is the same sort of thing, but then like dark blues. I might buy them one day, but like I can't afford anything. Well, okay, I'm going to say what I always say, is that we deliberately make things complicated. Sometimes the execution is difficult, but the choices are sometimes simple. I mean, the choices are almost always simple. Like, for example, if you do this and it's bad, then it's bad. If you do this and it's not bad, then it's not bad. Then we grey over the issue by superimposing other things that don't belong with the answer. For example, if you and her want to be together, okay, and you're prepared to take the risk, like so the two of you decide as a joint thing. You decide, like, even if we have one day together, 1 week together, 1 month, 1 year, whatever it is, we'd rather do this now than spend the rest of the time not together. Okay, then you take that risk and you try it, and I think that is worth it. If both feel the same way, that's the way I look at it. Because look, we are talking about risking the physical body. In your case, okay, you're older than I am. In your case, it's like we all, like I keep saying to everybody, we're all going to die. So the fear of death keeps us from living. And I often say to people as well, like, what's better, to have one glorious week or another 10 years of just meh, whatever? I get up, I go to bed. What is better? And it's not a question that is requiring an answer. It's just a question to make people think. Like, would 1 week of that love and that passion and that excitement and that reunion, would that be better than 10 years of nothing? You know? Yeah, so the blue ones, I think they're made by the same person. They just kind of inverted, and they like a dark blue. The only thing that kind of put me off a little bit is the blues on the court cards look. I don't know. In my mind, they don't look right. Like the inverted on here on the reds look quite good. On the blues, not so sold on. And since I don't have money to spend, wildly. They are on my wish list, but I haven't bought them. My last name is Farms, which equals the CIA training facility. I was born the same day NORAD was aligned with Canada. My entire life vision quest is a government code. I'm sick of it. It never ends. Oh, the link. Oh, I was thinking link is like as in like a psychic link. Yeah, no. I'll give you the link to the store. It's on hold. Is it? No, it's not. No, wait, it's not on that one. Hold on. I think I added it in. I don't. Yeah. Okay. I'll find it for you because it's a growing list. It's towards the bottom, I think. Yeah. It's the Stargazer. It's just open up in a new link and double check. Yeah, it's the Stargazer. Okay, that's the link to. It's the Stargazer. Actually, I can show you on screen. So I was thinking of where's the. I hate when all they do is they just show you endless pictures of the boxes. You see, I'm not sold on the court cards. I don't know why it's going bonkers on. Let me zoom out, zoom back in, see if that fixes it. Nope. Something's gone very weird with. You see, I hate it when they show you the box 1,000 times. The box is not what I'm looking at. You see that if you look at the jokers, they're the same as these. Here's one of the jokers. You see, it's the same style as these, but they're like in blues. But I don't know, the court cards just did not like look great. There was somewhere there was a court card. See, there's the one. You see, like I don't know, it's like it's like I'm like in two minds. I like the idea of it being in blues. This is the Stargate. Anyway, that's the link. I don't know. There's so many of them. I just write it off. I just don't bother because like I want. First of all, the cards have to face the right direction. There's a reason why they're facing it. They've always faced in that direction. So when I loved it, there's a beautiful Art Deco cards and things, but they've got them all wrong, and it's important. I mean, if you're just playing cards, it doesn't make any difference. But for me, there's a very specific way they all face, and it's important. Yeah, it's like a pinkish color, but it could just be the photograph. But the others also look pinkish. I think there might be an. I think I saw another one similar to that, but I'm pretty tired. Wait, I think these. Hold on. Wait, these are the ones. Sorry, those are on there as well, but these are the ones. Let me get the link, the short link of this. These are the ones that are the like mirror of these. They also again they don't have any. I usually just go to Google and start looking for the damn pictures. It's so annoying. It's like, are you trying to sell the product or not? It's like, are you trying to not sell the product? The jokers are. This one mirrors this pack better, but the other one is actually the mirror of this one. Sorry, let me also. .to, I have no idea. Sorry, Akitaro. Play this song, American Pie. I don't know how to read I don't know how to read the song as hold on. Why is it South American? I still have forgotten to check Google off this. Oh man, it's just what the damn lyrics. Stop auto adding it. That's why I never use Google. I don't know how to read it as a tarot thingy. I can't read this far away. I don't know. I don't know how to read the song as tarot. And I don't do tarot either. So I know what you mean. Wow, I didn't realize that. I thought that the lyrics just repeated. I didn't realize they were that long. That they had that many um, different verses. Yeah, I mean, I know the song well, but I've never actually. I don't ever remember reading all the. I mean, I don't remember half of these. The later words, I think, might be cut from most. Yeah, so they sort of terminate the song before they really play the last bit. Yeah, on the cards is. I don't know. It used to say on the cards bot. I'm not sure why it just says on the cards. I must check. It used to specifically say bot, so people know it's a bot. It's my bot. I read. I read people reading cards. I've always got alive like it's the last day. Yeah, Open Dragon. I thought you might have been gone. Don't slay in the spirit. I lay hands on those who slay in the spirit. He's a battle reading. Well, ask. Yeah, I listen. I'm also very tired. Akitara. I'm like running low on mental capacity to focus on these things. So I don't know. I'm not sure what you wanted me to take from it. I mean, it is actually a very interesting song in terms of the lyrics, but that's about all I take from it. I don't remember half of those words. I remember the first parts, but I think for the most part they usually just fade it out before it gets to the last chapters. That's possibly why we don't really know the rest of the words. So I asked you a yes no question. You asked me when. There's step function for me so that I do not take the glory, but the government guides take the glory. So I'm trying to run a whole lot of conversations now here, and I'm very very tired. Okay, let me just do Open Dragons. I'm not sure what I pulled. A Jack of Hearts, Ace of Hearts and 10 diamonds are asked here on my house. Sorry, I'm getting very tired. I literally cannot interpret even just straight speech. What does it mean? Also, it depends on what the cards mean for you. Like I said, like I have my own definition, so the cards will. It's my alphabet. My system is my alphabet, so that's how the universe can send me a message when it's just through the cards. And sometimes it's more than just through the cards. Is because it's like an alphabet. Oh, you mean you asked there at home? You mean that's okay? I understand. Okay, I don't like doing it because I didn't pull the cards. The Jack of Hearts is either okay. It's almost always associated as relationships, as romance. This is why I like these particular the cards. That's why I always have the cards that always face the same way because of see he looks directly at the heart. So the jacks are young, and they are why am I shuffling? And what's the other? I'm just pulling it out so you can see them. Oh no, stop scrolling back down. The Ace of Hearts. Is the Ace of Hearts and 10 of Diamonds. Okay, so I don't do that. Normally, I don't do it because, like, you don't have my definitions. I mean, it's not on purpose. It's just they're just not ready. To be honest, they're just not. They are still not mine. The ones I use to refresh my memory aren't even ready. They're not even up to date with what I wrote. That's how sad it's become. So, Jack of Hearts, Ace of Hearts, and 10 of Diamonds. For me, it's romance. It's the passion, the union, the new romance, and abundance. Oh, about sending a message. Okay, well, if we go as red as yes and black as no, it's a hell yes. Just going by the cards alone, it's a yes. So now I'm going to try, and I can't read. Then squid sauce. Let me go up and see what you were saying. I don't even know how to use these kind of decks, but the fool's one. Well, the negative. I call the negative just because one has to be negative and one has to be positive. These ones are easier to identify because they are colored. So they're easier to identify. Those are difficult because I just know because the positive one has the disc in the heart in the chest area as positive, and the other one has it as negative. So that it's the invert of the card. That's how I remember those. Fool and magician. Yes, no and yes. I don't know, and I don't remember which one's which. Yin and yang. Yin. Whichever one is the black, whichever one's that's what it is. Like death, beginning. They both are. With death comes the beginning. When the two together, they are huge, monumental changes. It's like if one is a big change, the two together are a massive change. Which is why I got them. And I took the photograph, and I've actually got it on my website when I was asking whether I should do this online or not because I thought it was crazy. And I got the two jokers and the wish card, and I can't remember. There were 4 cards. It's on my website, and so that's that. Then let me go up and scroll. You must fight through tiredness. The government guides are pulling you through. Army training are making you tired. No, I'm tired because I'm tired. I do this for a while, then I stop. I have no interest in self-destruction. Keep trying to read. Read what? I'm not reading anything. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Government guys are trying unfocusing your sight to pull you through. No, it's like 1 a.m. I'm fucking tired. I didn't sleep enough. That's it. What I'm saying. There's no like ulterior motives or anything. It's just that like I've slept very, very badly for a very long time. I either sleep or I don't sleep. Then I oversleep. Then I wake up late and I don't get what I need to to do done, then I stay up late, and it's become a vicious cycle. Like, I'm just tired. I'm old. I'm 53. I mean, you can relate to that. And you get to a point when I was 40, I could still pull all-nighters and, not really. But regardless, I would not be. Even if that were the case, I would have nothing to do with governments because they are the problem. So I would never even try to connect with any of them, with any of it. We had this discussion yesterday, I think, about it. Now I would just block it because your soul knows how to block it. Your body can be held hostage, but your mind, your mind, but your soul cannot be held hostage. If I'm not wrong, but I'll be compassionate. You see, I don't know what you're saying, Akitara. I don't. I've read the words. I'm tired. They don't mean anything to me. They're just interesting words. I mean, I read about the government. I read all about that stuff. But nothing's really jumping out of me that should say anything. I'm not. You see, like, I don't understand why you want to read them. What it's about. If it's about you. If it's about me. If it's about something that I should see. So I don't know, and I'm too tired to care. That's the point. Is like if it was 4 or 5 hours ago, that would be a different story. My brain would be more alert. Now it's like, it's for me. Governments are not important. No, I have a choice. That's the difference, Akitero. That's the difference. I have a choice. No, it's not like that at all. Even if they take control of your mind, if somebody took control of my body and my mind, I would leave. My body would die, but I would not be held hostage because it's possible. Yeah, well, I mean, an active mind is, the squid source, is able to go for longer periods of time because I don't know. I'm not sure why, but it's just. But today I was, I don't know, for some reason I've got a slight headache. It's not really a headache. It's more of a migraine, but it's very light. But for some reason I haven't had enough water. But I have had enough water. So maybe I'm just detoxing or something. But whether they find me or not is irrelevant, Akitaro, because I've done what I came to do on this planet. So if somebody were to somehow try to do that to me, I would say, okay, bye. Good luck with doing something with the dead corpse. It's like, that's it. Now just go. That will be it. So that's why I have no fear of it, because I'm not a hostage to that fear. I would just leave. I now know that I can do that, and I had the opportunity to do that. In fact, I was actually even challenged to do that. And it's now a choice. No, they're not. It's not. Even if they were, I still wouldn't let them in anyway, so it doesn't matter. It could be the worst migraine. They would still not get access, so it doesn't really matter. Well, I am fasting today, so I don't care if they like me or not. I give a shit. If you've heard the way I talk to guides, like, why would I give a shit about human beings? Why would I care about governments? If you heard the way I've talked to guides to other people, I've provoked them. I provoked them because they're stupid. I've literally turned around and said, well, if me in a forgetful state knows more than you do, you're of no use to me. Go away. And then they go away because they've got no answer to them. The deepest state of the deep state. No, listen. I'm not discounting the fact that these experiments were going on, because they are. But you see, like, it's things that cannot be described in words. It's things that you have to, like, Squid Source is in a way going through this as well. You get to a point where there's no words for things. There's no way to explain something, because it can only be experienced. It can only be felt. It can only be known to be true. You have no way of explaining things. That's why I say I don't have it. I have no fear of anything taking over or whatever. I literally have. I don't. I just don't. I never have. Maybe it's arrogance. Maybe it's stupidity. But like I'm 54. I figure if it's like they say, oh, the wrath of God's going to strike you down. Okay, well, he's had plenty of chance. Like, why hasn't it happened? It's like, if this is such a big thing, surely by now it could have happened. There's been plenty of times I would have welcomed it. You know, let's get it over and done with. Akitara, the reason why I cannot have this discussion with you is because you're talking as governments. Governments are the puppets. So I don't get into politics because it's puppetry. It's a waste of time to discuss it on a governmental level. So I don't discuss it. So I'm sorry, but I will not engage on this particular thing. I know this is a big thing for you, but for me, it's not. And I don't discuss things on a governmental level because they are just puppets. They are put there by somebody else who are possibly doing the things that you talk about. I feel bad for Russia because Russia is advertising for USA spirit agents. You see, I have a problem with that. Just that. Okay, spirit guides are not government agents. So that alone, for me, ends the conversation because on that we have nothing left to discuss because it's not true. It can be a perception that you've got, but that's literally patently not true. Oh, what's going on here? Close, empty. I'll make sure I leave the queue. No, it must be closed. So tomorrow the queue starts as closed, not as open. And the thing is, no, it's not about behaving or not. You're entitled to have an opinion. What I'm saying is, I don't think about such a thing. No, because I don't talk to them. Do you understand? I don't talk to spirit guides. I mean, I have communications with the one and only the one. I think there's another one. There's only the one because I knew her in real life. She's the one that gave me this crystal. That's the only one that I literally communicate with. I don't communicate with them. I go directly to the universe. I don't talk to guides, which is why I'm trying to learn to do it because there's things I need to do. But I mean, on a purely human level, I agree that there is a possibility that your mind is taken over and you believe things. What I call it, the spiritual gene or whatever it is that they can turn on and off. Well, whether they believe they can turn it on and off is kind of almost irrelevant because they can't keep a monkey alive when they put a chip in its brain. So I don't have a chip in my brain, not at this point. So for me, it's irrelevant. Without a chip in my brain and without something floating in my body that can somehow take over my brain, they have no access because I don't give them access. The soul does not give them access. And even if they got access, they would still only get access to the human being, not to the soul. Yeah, my Edna was my teacher 20 something years ago, about 22, 23 years ago, and then she's passed on. And that's why I need to talk. I need to learn to talk to guides because we need to talk. She's got stuff to teach me, and there's a mutual thing we need to do for each other. That's what you are meant to think. Well, Jesus is the same as Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl or Buddha or Allah. I mean, whatever you call him. It's a concept of greatness. That's what it is. If you read, I mean, I'm not very well read on religions there because I'm not interested. From birth, I've not been interested in religions at all. To me, it's just nonsense. I believe you believe that. You say that. The only reason why well, first of all, I never block people because you've been here before several times with different nicknames. Is because I don't rule it out. I just the point is they could give me the worst migraines. They're not gonna gain access because I don't trust any of them. I've let other people channel and I talk to them, but they don't channel through me. And there will only ever be one person. The first person that will be the person I know. I used to know as a person. That will be the only person that will ever do it, at least at the outset. So, no, I listen. These people, these what they call the three letter agencies. So I'm getting very tired. My brain's slowing down. These three letter agencies have been doing things for many, many years. They've been playing God. They have. We know this. It's only stupid people that think like it's like I say to people, think about this. You take half of the money that you pay in taxes and you give it to these people to do really weird experiments, and you think they're not going to? You think they're not going to use these experiments back on you? No, they would only use it on the Russians. Are you that stupid? That's my response. Are you that stupid? Then you deserve to have the experiments performed on you. That's my opinion. Because if you are that naive, you are willing to remain that naive. But you should have respect. I'm not talking about on the ego. I'm not talking about the ego side. I'm talking about just on the soul side. You should have self-respect. You should have pride in who you are as a soul. That's the point. The body is immaterial. This is what I'm trying to get you to. Well, we've kind of all been there. But trust me, when you think you can go no lower, you can. This whole year has been an experiment in how low can you go? And now, I'm not going any lower. There's only two possible situations from here on out. It's one or the other. And either way, I still get what I want, so it doesn't really matter. What you need to do is, I think you need to start getting the voices out of your head. You presume we're going on the assumption that this is a real thing, okay? So I'm not mocking you any. You need to learn to stop them, because what's missing here is your control over your own mind, and you need to regain that. And even if that means passing on from the body, that's why I say I would never allow that to happen to me, because I can think if that were the case, for example, I wouldn't want to live that way, so I would exit. Okay, you want the body so badly? Here you go. You got an overweight, bald, fat old man. Yeah, have fun. I'm out of here. Do you understand, Akitara? Bill, I think what you need is to find a way to take charge. No, psych wards won't help. That's why I said that. I mean, I would love to have a degree in psychology, but I didn't finish because it's pointless. It would have been of absolutely no use to me. The only thing I would have been able to is I would have been able to have an official practice. It's like practice. So what, you're practicing on people, which was that's always an amusing thing. Psych wards, in a way, are just experiments. In one way, they are actually just experiments. They want to see how the people genuinely stuck in there, and then they see what they can do with them. What can we do? It's like a lab rat. Many psych wards are just lab rat laboratories. Well, if you were 100% controlled, why would you be in here telling me? That's why I'm saying I don't take any fear or anything from this, because if you were 100% controlled, then why would you be in here talking to me? Now, I know I'm important, but like, you should also know that there's nothing that you or the government or the CIA or the FBI or anybody of them would be able to do to convince me otherwise. So you would know then that this is a waste of time and government resources because it's not going to work. Well, squid sauce, that's what I keep saying. And I don't want to keep repeating myself. Any lab care facility gives me the illusion of being free will. Well, you don't want the illusion of free will. You want free will. Free will means not being a slave to these things that you talk about. So your task is to not be a slave. And the one thing that cannot reprogram is your soul. It's not something that any government laboratory can do. They can't. They wish they could, but they can't. No, you're enslaved by yourself. You are here out of free. You're on my channel out of free will, or you are here to try and convince me about something that's not going to work. So we can look at this as an experiment from both sides. You can stick around here, and I can teach you how to free yourself of this. Well, I'm going to try. I'm not saying I'll be successful, but I will tell you whatever comes to mind, whatever will help. I think might help. Or you can try and stay and try and convince me about things that I won't accept. Quit would you see you're making statements. Okay, who's we? We need to quit losing wars on purpose. Okay, who's we? Because that doesn't mean anything to me. Yeah, no, I mean, he doesn't have to behave. That's why we have. I mean, this channel is all about having these sometimes somewhat weird conversations. We do have some rather. I mean, I think they're all relatively interesting. But what I don't accept, because I'm tired, I want to go to bed. So that's what I'm saying. You can't jump from one topic to another topic to another topic to another, because I'm going to bed. It's like, this is boring me, because we don't talk about one thing. We go from one thing to the other. And I already have somebody who comes here from time to time, and it's just the same statements over and over, but there's no qualification, there's no explanation, there's no elaboration, there's no expansion on it. It's just the same statements over and over, and I get bored because it's like, well, I can just copy and paste them to myself. The USA machine is dead. It's on purpose. It's finished. The USA war machine is over. This is the destruction of the USA war machine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's too late for me to go on tangents anymore. I literally want to go to bed. But the USA war machine, if anything, actually, Bill, if anything, this is a self-implosion of that war machine that you're talking about. So when it implodes, you'll be free. So in a way, you should be glad, because it will set you free. The five of clubs. No, there is no goodness in war. There's a reason for it. There's no goodness. Okay, and this is also a polarity that doesn't exist, goodness and badness. It can mean different things depending on how it comes out and where it comes out in the spread. I mean, I'll read you my definition. I've got them open. But it means lots of different things. For example, news, major victory, business prosperity, being assertive and not giving up, desire for independence and freedom, battle of wits. So it's kind of like a victorious, charging ahead and winning kind of card. Battle of wits, having different viewpoint, learning something new, challenges that awaken abilities, restlessness, determination, willpower. I have all these keywords mostly because they're in the book, and sometimes it triggers something that's okay, that's what this means at this particular time. When it doesn't come into my head, then I look at my own definitions. Releasing physical energy. So it's a physical card because it's the 5. 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. The 5 appendages. That's why the fives represent the body. Yeah, sports, exercise, all physical things. War creates science. Science research is bullshit. Science research is people who want to make money. That's what it is. They might like me. I don't give a shit. I've had plenty of psychos that like me too. I'm here. They're not. That is what I needed, to be honest. You mean the card? You're welcome. I will be releasing all of this. I just haven't really had a time to because I wrote the book and I need to. I still haven't had a chance. I haven't actually taken what I wrote in the book and recompiled it into my short, what I call the crib notes that I use when I'm online or when I'm not sure and when I'm tired or I know I'm not thinking clearly, and I'll refer to my notes. Um, and also eventually it's going to be published as a book, and I do want to. I'm looking to do a course on it as well, but none of the exact details are finalized yet. Game is 2009 American science fiction action film written and directed by Mark Neville Dean and Brian Taylor. That looks like a Wikipedia copy and post with the three. The film stars Gerald Butler as a participant in the online game, which participants can control human. I think I kind of vaguely remember the idea. I don't know if I watched it, but I kind of vaguely remember. I might have watched this already. Okay, you see, I'm not going to watch that movie because you haven't given me a reason to watch it. You see, when people start telling me to do stuff, I go, no. I have plenty of things I want to do. Like tomorrow, I have stuff I actually want to do. Not watch some. I don't watch movies, and I don't watch anything that comes out of Hollywood. I don't watch that shit because that shit is programmed. It's called, as someone else keeps saying, it's called programming for a reason. It programs your mind. I don't want to have my mind programmed. I haven't watched TV for 20 years. Like, why would I start now? Occasionally watch something. I actually did watch a series that it was suggested by a guide. Well, kind of a guide. Somebody else's guide, really. And there were a lot of stuff in there that it made sense to watch it, but it was like, I needn't have watched it. Okay, Escatera, I haven't got the brain for that kind of conversation anymore. So I am going to. I just watch documents. So I'm going to say good night. I'm going to see who's stream because this conversation is going nowhere. This conversation is just going around in circles, and I'm becoming annoyed because I'm too tired to try to understand what you're saying tonight. So with all due respect, I'm going to say good night. And we can maybe continue it on another night, but not tonight. Because I don't know what you're making random statements. And like, I don't want to try and understand your random statements. I want you to actually say something and have people understand it. Like you just said, I shall become the president of the USA after admitting I've been to 15 psych wars. It's like, what is that? Like, that's just a statement. It doesn't give me anything. Well, I hope so. Because if everything you say is in fact true, and I'm not saying it isn't, you can free yourself because as long as you have a soul, your soul is free. Only your body can be trapped, which is what people fear. But your soul isn't trapped. So, like, if you get to a point where yeah, but the problem is these people. Okay, now we're going back on another tangent. The problem with these people is that they don't have any brains. It's like, why would you go onto social media and tell nasty you go onto the programs, like the systems, like, this is why I don't discuss these things here because we are in enemy territory. It's like, why would you go to the bear's cage and poke him with a big stick until he bites you? That's what I'm saying. That's what Kanye West is doing. He's done nothing. He's an idiot. He knows stuff. He's an idiot because he's literally shot himself in both feet. He's achieved nothing because no one's listened to him. It serves no purpose to worry about government. This stuff is beyond the soul. This is just stuff that is important while we are here, but it's not important at all. It's like every single one of our lives here on the planet is to learn something. This is what I'm trying to get everybody to understand. We are here for a reason. If you go through difficult times, why does a new criminal take on the toughest convict in the prison? Why not? Again, we're talking about random comments. Why does a new criminal take on the tough? Because no, yeah, but it's all human. It's got nothing to do with the soul. It's in a way one can round it off and say it's the pathetic ego that has to assert itself. And when you think about it, like why? You're going to be dead in 80 to 100 years. So why would you spend your life trying to impose yourself on a system or something? Or I mean, sometimes that's a matter of survival. Like you are in the jail, of course you are. So it's kind of the first battle. Yeah, of course. But this is just life. This is not. These things are not important to the soul. It's important to us as the ego because we want them to be important, but they ultimately aren't. Bill, the things that you talk about, I've talked about some of the stuff for a long, long time. I don't talk about them anymore because I realize it's not important. They are only important in this lifetime, in this system. But we have a choice to be in the system or out of the system. No, because the first rule of law, that the only one that I really kind of resonate with in science, is that energy cannot be destroyed and it cannot be created. It can only be transmuted or transformed or like I use the water example, ice, water, and vapor. So the soul isn't matter, it's energy. Matter is actually also just energy anyway. So even if you destroy the matter, the energy still continues to exist. You see, the reason why I don't do a lot of these discussions is purely because there are what I call the dog chasing its tail. We are discussing things that are not important to the soul. So we are discussing things on a philosophical level, on a brain level. Once you understand, you stop wanting to discuss things like some of these things. No, I'm not saying you don't have to behave. I'm saying is, to me, these things are not important anymore. If you had talked to me 5, 10 years ago, I was still trying to get people to wake up, people to understand some of the things that you talk about, that others talk about here. And there's a lot of people here that still believe in this fight. And I've said to you, there's no fight. Because the people that you want to fight against are not in the war. They're not in the fight. You are in the fight. They are not in the fight. They are the spectators in the box looking down on the idiots who have believed themselves to be in a war that they aren't. There is no war. There's the people that decide to have a war for no reason, and there's the people that say, right, I'm out of here. Okay, this is not my war. I did not design this. I know what's happening. I'm out of there. And that's where I am at my life. I'm not interested. I don't go into these things. I don't care about the CIA, the FBI. That's why I want to move to a part of the world where there's still freedom. And the Western world, there's no freedom in the Western world. There just isn't. If you're born, I'm African. If you're born in the third world, if you're born in South America, Central America, in the Americas, the Southern Americas, in Africa, in some parts of the Asias, whatever, I don't know, my geography is not great. You still actually understand what freedom is. And they think they don't have freedom until they come to Europe, and then some of them are here for a year, 2 years, or whatever. They go, "Oh hell no, I'm going home." As bad as things are at home, it's not this. So that's why many people have moved out of the Western world and are moving to places that are not so oppressive. Then, Akitara, going on what you said, what did you say? They like me. Whether they like me or not, it's immaterial. They should know they're wasting their time. You see, I don't believe in religion. So for me, it's like a hypothetical statement. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in Shintos and in the religion. I believe people believe in it. I don't believe in it. To me, it's purely a man-made thing. Jesus did not exist. He was made up from pagan religions, from the solstices, from all sorts of weird things. It's like nobody can after 53 years, nobody can tell me why Jesus dies on a different day every year. What, you can't make up your mind when he died? I mean, you chose the pagan holiday of the 25th. So, or what's the summer solstice or something? Why can you not decide on which day he died? And then, advertising 22. Okay, anyway, I'm going to go to bed. I'm tired. And like I said, these conversations are only of passing interest because I've had them. And for me, there's nothing to be learned from it. So I am going to say good night. I don't think there's anybody streaming left. Then I would go and raid. And also, I actually also want to go because, and I hope she's not going to stream very early. There's someone's stream I really want to catch. And I'm actually going to check now what time she's on. And she's very important because she's also an ascendant person. And I've missed I thought I was following her, and apparently I wasn't, which is very annoying. I actually want to look what time she's going to be on. I hope it's not early morning. Okay. It's mid-afternoon. I should be awake. All right, Arpen. Yeah, we'll continue to talk. By the way, lapis lazuli is what? Is based. Just wanted to share. What did you mean, squid sauce? Is based. Lapis lazuli is based. Edna. She gave me this in 2000. About 2000. If it'll focus, it'd be nice. It's very battered. Let me just get a card underneath it. Then it's got something to focus on. So it's very, very old. I think they were actually literally, she used to use them as earrings, but she had a whole lot of them. And then she actually programmed this one. She still won't tell me what she programmed it with. I mean, I pretty much kind of know. It's not a huge secret. There was no secrets the things she did. So that's lapis lazuli. And it's very battered because I literally wore it for 20 years. And I've even sometimes slept with it. So it's actually damaged because I used to have a dummy and I used to have a cross. And no, I'm not a Christian. It's got a different symbol for me because of someone. And so the chain broke. So I knitted this like hand knit thing so I could. It's very special to me. The first crystal you got. Okay. Well, okay. Technically, it's actually a stone. Like this one would be. This is crystalline. Okay, it's really just chemical formula. That is stone. That's the today I got the sodalite. Yeah, that's sodalite. This sodalite's got the yellow in it, and the one I've got is lapis. It's got the silver in it, generally, and that's crystalline. That's stone. So that's actually a stone. So it's not really technically a crystal. It's this is crystalline. That is rock in a way, precious gem, as they say. I don't think I haven't got anything. And it also, yeah, because it kind of hangs lower. The thing is, the rope I ran out of. It was like a colored rope. Oh, I'm bumping the micro. Hope it wasn't too loud. So, and hand focus. It's really trying to focus on that. So it's like a colored wool that goes between these colors. So like you just like finger knitted. So I want to make something just to put them on so I can wear them again. Around the house, I wouldn't wear them out because I'll probably lose them. So yeah, but it was a little bit too short because you can't open it. So like that would have been the length of it, and it'd be a bit short. So and then I knitted another one, which you don't see. It's usually be like behind my collar. Just so I can actually put them on. I just wear them when I'm sitting at my desk. I've started wearing them again. So basically that's these. Okay, these are also two. These two are the difference as well. Focus here, not on this one. So that's the lapis, and that's crystal. So that's the crystal quartz. It's literally crystalline, not because it's clear. It's just the structure of it, and the other one's the stone. Like tiger's eye is a stone. Quartz, anything quartz is it's quartz. It's crystalline structures. But at the end of the day, it's climbing rope. I don't know. It's like you can see it here where it's not knitted. It's like hold on, let me do it this way. So it's double. You see it's still trying to focus on the dashboard. There. You see, so it goes from like blue to red to grey. So when you stitch it together, then it gives you this like kind of. But you can look it up. You can look it up on the internet. What they call it, finger knitting. So I thought I bought this a while ago because I wanted to do some small ones, just like the back that ties it together. That's actually did it twice. I actually did the thin one just out of cotton. I've got this really shitty cotton that you can't use for sewing, and so I knitted the two together, and then I knitted them together again to make one, just to tie it together. But they're very easy. It's actually quite fun to do because you basically you knit. You literally just do this. You do like a loop, then you pull it through. But the beginning is always difficult, and you pull it through, and then you pull. You see, you pull it like that, and then you do it again. So it's quite fun. If you're ever bored, you see that's how you make them. And then you obviously can just pull it. It's not knotted, so it just comes apart. At the end, you have to knot it, but that's how you do it. Look it up. I had to look it up because I couldn't remember. I did it last time. I did it was when I was a child. So I thought I needed to do. I made some like for. I've got like these memory sticks which are, they're very small. Actually, I'll show you. They're here. So I just wanted something to grab them because I'm getting a bit old, and they're also very easy to lose. And I also wanted to kind of mark them. So like these are some. I don't know if this is the better one. This is also made with that same cotton, but just use more. So like this, it gives you something to grab on, because they're very, very, very small. They're literally just the size of the USB stick. So I just wanted to do that. And then I bought the colored one because I wanted to do something, and I can't remember what they are. I know the one is like a Windows recovery disk, etc. Yeah, look it up. It's called finger knit. I think they just call it like a finger knit. It's quite fun. Like when it's like knitting, except it's very simple. There's like nothing complicated, and you just do it with your fingers. You literally just pull it. You just pull it. You just keep pulling it through with your finger, and then pull the thread, pull it through the loop, pull the thread. And literally, I think it's literally just called finger knit. It's kind of fun. You can do it with anything. Like I said, like this back one is literally you can see that. Well, I because it's synthetic, I just melted it so it stays together. These are literally just 2 white threads and 2 black threads, and then I literally looped it. You see, there's the loop. There's the first loop of that string, and then I just did it again, and I knit it together again. Mostly because, like, I thought if I wanted to open it, I can actually pull it apart. I can pull out the knot. I'm not planning to, but the thing is, I was going to knot it together at the end and make it a string, but it's a little bit too short. I can't get it over my neck, so that's why I did a little bit in. But you never really see it. But it is fun though. It's kind of something to distract your brain with. Can you do the following reading? Would Biden be open to having a secretary of new? Biden is a bumbling fool. Biden has. I'll do it just out of amusement. Biden doesn't make any decisions at all. Biden is at best a very bad puppet. Okay, so would Biden be open to having a Secretary of Neurological Affairs? The answer would probably be yes, because he's controlled by other people. I don't know. It's nonsense, because I know Biden is not somebody that's in charge. He's not in charge. So the answer is large. If you go purely just on black or red, it's no. But it's still a good plan, if it makes sense. Oh yeah. This is great fun, because it's not like crocheting where you have to be more precise. All you do is you literally like this. You make. Let me get the middle of it. You take the string or the rope, whatever, and you could do multiple ropes. Like I use that because it's useless. I can't use that string for sewing. I've got cotton. I've got cotton that I do use for sewing that actually doesn't break, but it was expensive. So you just take any kind of loop. You loop it like on your finger like this, and then the trick is the first one. I think if you twist like this, it helps to get the loop, and then with the other finger you loop through like that, and you pull it through, and then you pull this one. Okay, and then you go through this side, and you pull that side. See, and then you just keep doing that, and eventually you do it quickly. And I mean, this is not very neat, but I don't want it to be tight, because I want to be able to unpull it. You see, and you just keep doing that. And like now you can see, like I've got the two knitted together, and it's just looping over each other. But if you pull it, it comes apart. So you always have to actually knot the end, which is what I was planning with this one. It's just that it wouldn't be long enough. And yeah, it is. It's like, this is why I actually did it the other. And but the problem was I sat up like 5 or 6 in the morning, because I wanted to finish it. Because I decide these things at like 3 in the morning, and I go, no, I really want to finish it. I was doing, and I was like, oh, I'm almost done. I may as well finish it now. Yeah. Then I didn't get much sleep that day. But it is, and it's literally all it is. It's just a looping over each other. And what's nice about it is that the end that you start on is perfectly finished. I don't think you have to loop it up as much, but I always find it difficult to start the first part. You technically don't need to even loop it. Like, yeah, you can just do like I did. But technically the end, it's not running. Hold on, I need to go this way. No, I need to go the other way. That's the thing. When you stop, hold on, I need to go this way. When you stop, you got to remember which way to go. No, it's still the wrong way. Ah, crap. I deliberately left to. Hold on, I'm going to pull this one. Okay, so I'm going to pull this one, so I need to do this one. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. If you keep the momentum going, then you keep going. But once you stop, then you got to figure out which side you got to pull again. And I said, like, I'm not pulling it very tight because I want to unpull it. But it's perfectly finished on the end. See, look. You get like a nubbin. The end is like there's no strings. Obviously, on the other end, you get to the point where you get this. I deliberately made 2 loops because I wanted to. Well, the one is the leftover strings, and the other side is the actual. This one is it's just the looped cotton. Because I figured it wasn't. I actually didn't think it would be this long. So I actually could have literally knotted these strings together, and it would have been long enough. But anyway, so you don't see it because it actually hangs quite low down. But the chain that I had was pretty long as well, so it always hung. I mean, they were never really on show. But it's fun. It's very relaxing. And if you've got like really crappy string, or I suppose you could do it with rope, but that would be a lot more tough. Making red cinnamon rolls next week. Yeah, I suppose it is. It's. I suppose it is. It looks a little bit like a French plait. I suppose. But what's nice about it is if you've got wool or string that's really not good, like you see, like now once it's been knitted, it's like pretty strong. I mean, this one I didn't do very well. I just literally, but then it was so late at night. I just literally, I mean, it was never supposed to be seen. It was just like sits at the back of my head. But it takes something that I could go like this and I could break. I can snap this cord, and once I've stitched it into this, it becomes a hell of a lot stronger. And it looks actually, when you have the black and the white, it actually looks quite. It looks like a stripe. It actually looks quite nice. Because the first one I did, I hadn't done this for years. So I just took like the black string and the white string, and I knitted the two. So it just had like a mix. It was just like half gray, half black. It was very random. But when I took like one side, I took the white, and the other side, I took the black. You don't get as neat an ending, like as neat um, an ending point when you have the two, because you have a knot. You have to have a knot. What I did is I worked out. I did them like as a loop. That is kind of complicated. So I looped them over so there was no knot, and then before I did the first pull through, like I pull all the whites to the one side and all the reds to the other side, and I like kind of pulled it until it made that first knot, and then they would knot it together without an actual knot, and then I could just have the white on the one side and the black on the other side. Because the cotton's, I don't know where the cotton is, but it's really crap. Actually, I think it's in the cupboard. But the cotton's like you just pull it and it breaks, so you can't sew it. And I needed to sew my because I bought, when I first came to Ireland, I bought this kit bag, this backpack, and it immediately fell apart. I was so pissed off, and then they wouldn't do anything about it. It's like, oh, tough shit, you know. So then I had to sew it, and then I bought this cheap cotton. This was horrible. So then I saw a shop with like a proper haberdashery shop, and they had the most expensive cotton I couldn't break, because that's what I do. I go to, if I can do this and I can break it, it's useless, because just the pulling through the canvas is going to make a break. So that's why I got the better black cotton. So this is just like left over. I've actually used half of it making these things, but they are very fun, very relaxing. Right, and with that, I'm going to say goodnight. I keep saying I'm going to say goodnight. I actually think they've just changed over the clocks today. Today's the day they've just changed over the clocks, because it's sudden. Yep, today it was 1:30. It's now 1:00. God damn it! Today is the day that they put the clocks back or forward or whatever the fuck they do. Well, at least my bedside clock's finally going to be correct after 6 months. Eventually, I left it for so long. I said, screw it. I'm just going to leave it. When I look at it, I just add an hour to it. But not tomorrow morning. Wait, I'm going to wake up and go, do I add an hour to it, or don't I? Tomorrow morning is going to be funny. Yeah, no, tomorrow morning I don't add anything to it. Yeah, just look up literally finger knit. I think it's called a finger knit. And you know what? The thing is, it's actually very useful, because if you ever stuck somewhere and you need like you've got like a very thin piece of string or something, and you need a rope, you need something stronger, you can just quickly actually knit it. Yeah, as I was thinking, you're talking about mountain climbing and that. I think if you ever have an issue, or you have like a weaker rope, or you need to do something for something, this is a great way to quickly make a rope. I imagine like it's probably pretty hard going with very thick, heavy rope, but you could technically do it. You know, it's just going to be hard work getting your fingers to pull the ropes through, but you can make a nice thick rope out of it. Like I said, I just started this just to make tags, so I could put them on my memory sticks, and I thought it would look nicer. This one was just because I didn't have enough enough colored rope. And you know what happened by accident? I was pulling the cotton out. They call it a skein. I think it's a skein or skein, whatever they call it. And it was fucking stupidly expensive as well. But I thought, oh, it's pretty. It's got colors. And when I was trying to pull it out of the skein, I was to get the cotton, so I could find the center point, so I could start. It snapped. No, it knotted, and I couldn't get it apart, and it snapped. But it snapped literally in three. I think it was in three lengths. So it was actually as well, because I actually got it almost finished. You can't see it now because I cut the bits off and knotted. But it literally it literally knotted in three at the third point. So when I broke it, then I kind of like used three on the one side, I think, if I remember. Or no, I think I did three. I can't remember now, but hold on. Now I'm curious. I can't remember. Yeah, there are definitely one. Something like that, but I don't know how I did it actually. I only see 4. Anyway, my mind's too tight. But I know it broke at at exactly a third. So I think I stitched one side with 2 cottons and the other side with just the one, and not the cotton, the wool. I just needed something to put so I could put them around my neck again. And that's it. So yeah, but definitely look it up. It's literally just called finger knot. Let me have a look. And what's great about it, yeah, you literally just called I called it the finger knot. I mean the finger knit or finger rope, not finger knot. How to finger knit. Yeah, you see, if you go to YouTube, whatever, they will show you. And you got adverts. Adverts on a competitor's stream video. Okay, you see. Yeah. So you can just literally go look for finger knit on YouTube or anywhere. Oh, why not playing? And it's basically just getting the gist of hooking through, hooking your finger through and pulling the loop up, pull the other one, then do it on the other side, pull it on the other side, pull the very, very easy. And again, you can make it as thick as you like by adding more strings, more wool or whatever. But I'm not sure why anybody would actually want one of those. Maybe as a decoration or something, or for a jersey. It looks like a bit like a handle or something. Yeah, I am at 2 in the morning, which is now 1 in the morning. We're now in the winter solstice, whatever the hell they call it. Oh, she's explaining. Although this is something else. But they've got, just look up, you'll see. It's just the looping over and over of the thing, and it's so easy. It's like I said, you like rock climbing and all that. It's a nice. It could come in handy when you don't have a thick enough rope or something. All right. Thank you for joining us again. Maybe I should be on tomorrow night. We'll see. If you're here, I'll see you. Otherwise, I will see you sometime soon. I'm glad to see that you've had some breakthroughs and stuff. No, that one is very simple. That's the thing, because it is so simple. I'm not sure there is any other style, because it's literally just a loop. It's like a knot. It's literally just a loop. In fact, if you take, I think if you hold it with 2 fingers like that, if you cross it over, let me see if that works. You cross it over and like you make an X and you hold it, okay? And now you take this finger and you pull it through. It should work. There you go. Okay, I think you have to do 1 extra twist, I think. Is it? Maybe I've gone the wrong way. Maybe I need to go this way. Yeah, you need to go that way. And that's all it is. It's literally just loop over loop. And it's literally just making knots. If you do discover another technique for rope making, that'll be fun. Come and tell me. I don't know of any other way, because it's just like a loop. But it makes such perfectly if you pull it consistently. Like if you pull it very hard the one time and then very loose the next time, you get like all sorts of like bubble. You don't get it like neatly. But if you pull it consistently the whole time, you get such a like very satisfying like rope. You get a very satisfying, because I'm not a very good. I once did. My mom, she showed me how to do crochet. So I did like something like this big. I just went around in a circle until I got bored. I said, okay, that's enough. That's more than enough. Thank you. But no, not for me. All right. I'm going to go now. Good night. I will see if you're here tomorrow and I'm here. We'll see each other. Otherwise, we'll see each other soon.